Gosh, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating to know what I know. And to have people sit there and go against it because they're ignorant. Gang stalking is as old as time, okay? It's as old as time. Because they've gotten sophisticated with satellites and all that, it all comes from a demonic spirit. I understand there are TIs out there that don't know the Lord, don't do spiritual warfare. I understand that, fine, but listen to this. Listen to this. This battle that nobody wants to talk about. The target individuals are my friends because I don't care if they believe in Buddha or nothing or whatever. They don't know we're brethren, but we're brethren because basically they wouldn't be targeted if they were in on the other side. These people are operated by demons, basically, by a supernatural aspect that informs them psychically, and then they operate physically. And that eventually gets to the guys who operate the satellites and the surveillance and the microphones and the cameras, and they're all part of it as well. But if you want to know the big picture of gang stalking, it's simply Satan's army. Gang stalking is simply the new police state, the Stasi police state, coming into view. It's been in the shadows. It's coming into the spotlight. Gang stalking was in the shadows because it was a covert operation for a long time. They recruit, your friends and neighbors who are just like them, and because you're different, they will spy on you. And it's really very simple. If you've been stalked, then you have obviously not conformed, and therefore you're stalked. It's really quite simple. They don't need to follow people that are like them or are approved of by their system. And it will become a lot more obvious to you, who they are. They won't simply stalk, they will surveil, follow, infiltrate, document, submit reports, arrest, interrogate, torture, and break your will so you submit. And then they will turn you into one of the stalkers. There's no salvation in this George Orwellian future. There is no salvation in it. Bowing down and licking their boots is not going to get you a pass necessarily. It's not going to work. Playing the game, as it were, is also not going to work. Your only hope of salvation, peace of mind, clear thinking, and health is Jesus Christ, which is called the way. Anyone gets on the internet, you will be targeted. I mean, if you get on there with a political blog, you have a bunch of people hating you and calling, But when you are dealing with religion, they're going to, and you're dealing with Jesus and God, they're going to call you a heretic. They're going to call you a New Ager or Satanist. Whatever is the opposite of what you're trying to do, they will call you that. I think anyone that's a public figure on the internet, anyone could say whatever they want about them. And name their names and say, their opinion about the thing. I mean, that's basically, if you don't want that, don't go on the internet. Don't have a blog. They will throw rocks at you. So what? No, don't talk politics or religion. Because if you talk either of those two things or philosophy, they will come at you. Oh, this one's so dangerous, don't listen. We could really spend days and weeks and months just talking about what they do and how they try to control you. You know what I mean? And the games they play. And we will. You people that are TIs, you're on the front lines. Understand that's a reward, not a punishment. You will thank God that you are a targeted individual. Yep, believe it or not, before you die, which could be soon, you will thank God that you're a targeted individual and not one of them, one of the targeters. You're going to thank God that, you stuck out, so they formed a coalition to harass you electronically, really spiritually, and you ask, Why do they torture you electronically? To see you squirm. Why do kids torture a little animal? To see them squirm. What's that all got to do? That's the fall of the flesh. Thank God you're not one of them. Those of you who've borne their crap and taken it again and again and rejected, compromising yourself just to get along with them and paid a price of, unemployment or, social pariah or whatever it is. And they've been mean to you and they've hurt you and they've rejected you and they've tortured you, daily. Your reward is coming. Your reward is coming. And part of that reward is you'll see it flipped over on them. And on that day the Lord says, rejoice, because I have avenged you on her. Because it's her, the goddess, the queen, the witch, the witchcraft, the Satan, the this or that, whatever. It's all part of the same. It's all the same thing. Understand that, humanity has fallen and they will gang stalk. And, you've been chosen as a lamb of God, and for whatever reason, you didn't merit it. He just chose you. So because you're one of God's children, they will target you if you're God's child. And there's a divide. Not everyone gets saved. Not everyone's going to be a child of God. The targeted individuals, many of them don't know the Lord. A lot of them self-destruct with drugs and alcohol and stuff because they just can't take it. But giving in to them, no, that's not what you do. But hating them personally, no. If you're like, I know a guy who's got a video blog, that's fine. Have a blog called Gang Stalker, exposegangstocking.com or whatever. And put everything you can do, everything you can find on gang stalking there. I think you're doing a great service. Whether they're conscious of it or not, and whether they even know each other or not, they're always coalescing on certain dates and times in accordance with, the movement of stars and the moon. These dumb little lizards who are in their petty little games, stalking people like you around, for whatever reason, will fail, and you will mock them. You will laugh your asses off at them. While they attempt to be nice to you, you'll just start laughing because you'll see it. So when they say how much they love you, they will be revealing themselves as the enemy. And, look, you can sit there and literally slap them upside the head for hours on end. They're so dumb, they don't get it. And they're slow, too. But they think they're ahead of you by light years. They think you're stupid, they're smart. Everything the opposite, they think. And thank God they think that. Seriously, thank God they have those feelings of superiority. Because that's your exit, that's your protection. Their hubris and stupidity, which they call intelligence, is your protection. Their slowness and dumbness is your ability, gives you the ability to get out and get away. Because they're humans with hubris that think they're above God, that think they know how you should lead your life. So anyway, to detect them, it's hard because, like I say, they come in every stripe. They come as Christians. They come as conspiracy theorists. They come as, whatever you're into, they will be just like you. They will imitate you, even. They will start imitating you and imitating the way you speak and your mannerisms in order to get your confidence so that you will believe them, so that they can set you up for your fall. And then they'll say, but look, you're at least initiated into the world system, and though you have to start here at the bottom and recognize you're my slave, we now want you to work your way up to some idea of freedom, and do it the world's way. And what's wrong with that? Look how much better off you are now than you were before. The answer is, of course not. Every single one of these people are not only pathetic people, But every single one of them is a slave to Satan. Every one. There is no freedom in their system. And look at the world collapsing in chaos. Even Satan can't stop that. And there is, if you were to go to Hollywood to sell your soul right now, they would give you a job as a janitor. That would be about it. The game is over. And that, if you're truly a lamb, this would be a time of your celebration. Yes, their destruction is your eternality. God made it that way, and I'm sorry. I know you want everyone to be saved, and you're just such a pure heart, but you have to understand, it's not about you. It's not about what you think is fair. It's not about your sense of justice, either social justice, poetic justice, whatever form of justice you have, your logic about what should happen. It's not about it. None of that matters. What matters is the truth of Jesus Christ as Savior, as the one who sets us free, as the one who makes us born again, and is the total rebel to this system. Going with him is the answer that you've been looking for. But, don't expect that there will be an applause ceremony only among fake churches, which are, salivating at your joining them so they can initiate you into Satanism and then call it Jesus. I understand that. They tried to do that to me over and over again. And every time across the board in every church, it was the same exact system. There is no difference anywhere. If you want Satan, you go to church. If you want bondage, you go to church. If you want pornography, you go to church. You want pedophilia, you go to church. You want all that stuff, you go to church. You want Jesus, you go to Jesus. You want Yahweh, you go to Jesus. Yes? You want life, you go to Jesus. You want freedom, you go to Jesus. You want to get people to reject you, you go on your Twitter account and start saying, Jesus, I'm born again in Jesus Christ over and over again. And I found that when I say the name Jesus, I lose a few followers each time. So now I realize, of course, it's not about me. I can say any kind of bold thing I want. I can put up the most bold. I'm always amazed. I put up such, like podcasts like this one, which would drive a lot of people completely insane. And I should be rejected across the board. But when I put Jesus in the title, that's when I start losing friends. So now I know Jesus, 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 or Yeshua, 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 fine, whatever. All day long, I'm going to do the Jesus thing. I say Jesus because that's the most popular way the name is understood. I have no time for legalists and Yahwehites and all that who say you have to do this form, you have to put this stick up your ass and walk around like some kind of a ballerina on steroids, or and don't touch the china. You know what I mean? Don't breathe, don't fart, don't do anything, don't live, don't exist, and then you could be a Christian. Excusez-moi. I go to Jesus directly. Right?
Amen.
People that truly have the walk in Christ and they won't let the church corrupt them become targeted individuals. A lot of the gang stalking is spiritual, and people don't seem to understand that. If you make a choice for the Lord and you really are sold out to Jesus, you will be targeted one way or another. I've never seen a person truly in Christ with their spiritual walk fail at not succeed at overcoming the gang stalking. And and also there's a great deal of secular groups out there who are trying to fight it in a secular way. Folks, you can have your meetings, that's all great, but just remember this. A lot of them are Christians, but you can't fight something that's coming from the Spirit. It's a spiritual thing. You got to fight it on a spiritual level, and then have your meetings as well. But you've got to be grounded spiritually to fight this thing, or you're going to think it's everybody. It's everything. Okay? It's gonna make you mentally ill, because you're going to react to pretty soon to, symbols and things, license plates and people talking on the television or the telephone. You're going to start what that is when that starts happening like that. It's not psychosis necessarily. What it is that the demonic has an opening in your consciousness and they're flooding you with crazy stuff. So you're discredited. So when you talk about gang stalking, nobody will listen to you. You're just a mental patient or you're in need of Thorazine. That's it. See, that's basically the issue. They want to make it so if you talk about this, you sound nuts. So they will mess with you and have all these coincidences, coinky-dinks going on, right? So that you finally are going, hey, and this happened, and then this happened, and then the UFO tried to contact me, and then there was that guy, and then he showed up again in another state when I got there, and then a guy said the same thing to me, yeah, it sounds, no more people. Look, I've been on this case from the very beginning, trying to figure it out. And my own family members told me, don't try to figure out, just go with it, baby, I'm like, I'm not going to roll with it, baby. You roll with it. I'm not rolling with it. Well, then that's your choice. Then your life will be ruined. Fine. I'm not going to become somebody's slave so this stuff stops. Of people following you, taking pictures, surveillance, all that stuff stops. You would go from a targeted individual to a gang stalker. You would be expected then to join the gang and be and start surveilling others who are targeted individuals whom they consider a threat. They consider anyone to be a threat who is not in Satan. Who knew? Could it be the whole world? Absolutely. It's global. The network is global. So there's nowhere. You could go to Cairo and they'd say, we know who you are. The same thing would happen. No matter where you go, they would be ahead of you and ready. How could they be ahead of you? In the spirit, there is no time. Therefore, they can be ahead. You could do everything the same as them. You can do music the same that they do music. You can dress the same way they dress. You can talk the way they talk. You can believe in the same gods they believe in, whatever. And it will just be repulse. That's the way the world is. It is what it is. I don't need anybody, meaning I have the Lord, that's enough. I don't need, I will not kowtow to anybody because I don't need anybody. All I need is Jesus Christ. I want people. My natural instinct is to want to love people and be loved by people, sure. But I can go without if I had to. I mean, I could be in solitary confinement if I had to. And that really upset them, those who were stalking me. That upset them greatly, that I just don't care. But I see how they game us, they scam us, because a lot of us and a lot of you are really not aware. You're not aware, and you don't have any street smarts, and that makes you a targeted individual because you can't take a cue. You can't take a hint. But they can hint all day long. We are not made like them. We're not made to go out to fall into a trap. We're not made for that. We are not all one. It's not one world, one love, please. There is no one love anywhere in this world. It's tribes. And that's the way it has always been. And people with their head in the clouds, with all their highfalutin idealism that we should all be one. Well, we should be a lot of things, but we are not a lot of things. Fallen, granted. Sinners, granted. Corrupt, granted. But there are partitions between people. And then there's connections between people. And you can't, where there's a partition, you cannot remove it. If you're a human being, you do not have the power for that. It can't be done with music, will not bring the world together, people. And prayer won't either. People have been praying for millennia to bring the world together as one. But those who tend to want to bring the world together as one, I've found that they want the world connected. And they want us who are not connected gone. Or who disagree with them gone. They want everyone on the same page. You know, I'm willing to live my life and leave them alone. But they're not willing to leave us alone. And so here we are again. You know, I'm willing to go live in a community with our kind of people and just live my life in peace. But they want to infiltrate, come, and they want to get in my face. They want to change me and force me to live like them. They're not content for me to live my life over here. They're going to follow me around until I bow down to them. They're just destructive, different species people. I'm for individual liberty. That means you want to be a communist, you go ahead. But I like free speech. I'll speak against it. But I'm willing to let you live. You leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. But you won't. You want to come get me. You want to come punish me if I am successful anywhere in the world, if I grow coconuts or pick up coconuts on the beach and I sell them in the market and I have a little business on my desert island. You want to come tax me or get me or make me bow down. Even though I'm not hurting you and I'm not policing you. I'm not following you around. But you follow us around. Because there's a big injustice and someone has to pay. Why do gang stalkers who say they're Christians coalesce into these secular support groups becoming professional victims when Yahweh was there to deliver them all along? If you reject a child of God so that your friends won't diss you, you will be rejected by Jesus Christ, whom you say you love. I've seen you do this over and over again. I've seen it over and over again. The social networks are very good for letting us see the real depth of human behavior. Would you say that I'm on target? Unfortunately, the people that this would be intended for probably won't hear this message. Maybe some will. But the Lord's very, very clear. You know, you reject my people, you reject me. You sell out our people so that you can hang around with friends who have already rejected the truth, so you can be professional victims fighting the evils of the world. You will lose, and you'll ruin your life, because the Lord will withdraw from you. And without that, you've got nothing, no covering, nothing. They have sold out the truth so they could have a better lot in life, so they would not be rejected by their friends, professional victims all in the professional victim network of gang stalking, so they could go there without, and be kind of lukewarm, light Christians, not the real thing. They rejected the actual real thing publicly now, so they've been initiated into the dark side, even though they're fighting gang stalking. And being a professional victim, there are people who get into that. You're there your entire life. And you're controlled and you're enslaved. Because the people that control the professional victims are the same people that do the gang stalking. Or the persecution or whatever it is. Doesn't matter what it is, the Lord delivers from all. The Lord doesn't say, oh, there's gang stalking. Now that's really tough. Boy, they got surveillance satellites on you and they're tracking you and all that. Boy, that's tough. No, that's nothing. The Lord laughs at that. He's been delivering people from this reality all this time. It's just called the world, okay? All this time, the Lord's been delivering people. Becoming a professional victim will lead to no solution. You'll have a few friends who will ultimately betray each other and stab each other in the back. Feeling like technology somehow is some big thing bigger than everything else, and God can't do it with satellites that follow you around. God can't fight that back. So you think sitting in a group and holding hands and singing Kumbaya and drinking lattes, you think, like a one big proverbial ongoing forever AA meeting, you think that's going to take care of you if you're gang stalked? Answer, it won't. The stalkers are actually running the groups. You have to seek the Lord while he can be found, and you have to say, well, what's the truth here?
You visualize right now your spiritual being. You're beautiful. beautiful creature of God, an unbelievably beautiful, attractive, eternal. Understand that in the spirit you're a beautiful being, a beautiful, perfect, awesome, eternally youthful, if you like, creation that never ages and never is in pain and is always in love and is totally fulfilled and extremely excited about everything all the time and is completely stoked in every way, shape, and form. And God loves to give you that and create that in you, because then all your energy and your joy just glorifies Him all the more. So, one thing boosts up the other, and it's just an ever-ascending spiral, upward and upward and upward. It's beautiful. It's lovely. It's awesome. You're perfect. And, as you begin to identify with that more and less with your care about yourself, whatever that means, because there is no real such thing. But the more you identify with that, the more the true beauty within you will start radiating out of you. And that's all people are going to see, and they're going to see the more you are not attached to this world, the more they're going to see this beauty, and they're going to just want it, and they're going to be very attracted to you. So you're going to have to really understand, and it won't matter what your weight is. And to you, it won't matter, you over there, you the drunk, it won't matter how much you drink. It won't matter, because you are like this warrior spirit within that wants to fight and's gotten beaten down, and you feel bad about the drinking. I understand. I see a lot of our brethren lined up at the bar. I see a lot of our brethren, feeling horrible about, the things they've said or done. I see a lot of our brethren eternally beating themselves up. And all I can say is that you exist almost like an angelic warrior in the spirit. And the more you focus on Jesus, the more that spiritual self of yours will come through. Those of you who have suffered for your flesh, suffered because you couldn't relate to it, suffered because you didn't ever really feel like you fit in, or you didn't really fit in with yourself, or you didn't really fit in any way, shape, or form here. Those of you who were made ostracized and made to feel like Carrie in the movie, in the book, the Stephen King book, Carrie, made to feel like you were set up in a game and laughed at and mocked and teased and tortured and lied to and just used as the brunt of their jokes. And then later you got used for your energy, your soul, your talents got stolen. Those of you who've been really hurt, the Lord loves you all the more. And He's going to make it not only right with you, He is going to show you He loves you even now, because He's going to heal you and raise you up. And you're going to walk over these scorpions and snakes, and that's all they are. They're not human beings anymore. You have to stop seeing just if they have 2 arms and 2 legs and a head and some hair and a suit of clothes on. You have to stop seeing, you have to start seeing in the spirit. Is that a real person? Is that a demon in human flesh, or is that for real? You have to start seeing that things are porous. They're not solid like you think. A lot of the church people, they're kind of living in this hypnotic delusion, and they have like a little Disneyland there with their church, and they feel that that's kept them from all, that kind of group think and hive mind behavior is going to keep them from. I've seen the same thing on the left with the leftist, globalist elites or whatever. They go, oh, I only had 2 drinks last night, like they have control over alcohol and all that. It's because they're getting some kind of euphoria off the flesh trade, the soul trade, and that becomes like a drug for them. So they can have 2 drinks and they can be very satisfied because they're getting satisfied. Their cup is being filled up by another thing that's despicable to God, understand? That means if you do that, you are cut off from God and you have no connection with God whatsoever, and you are not in the Lamb's Book of Life, never were, never will be. There is no salvation. Next, please. Most of humanity will further perish, and the cream will be taken off the top for God's pleasure and His happiness, because your pleasure, your happiness is really irrelevant, because you're irrelevant unless you are identified in the I am. If you are in the I am, then you are relevant as I am, not as you. So therefore it's all about Him, not you. Okay, so in this sense, you should find profound peace. You should be able to die, knowing that you're I am with God and they are not, and knowing that in the end perfect justice will be meted out. In other words, they're not going where you're going. And so when you're coming into death, you at least know that you're going somewhere they're not, that there will be a justice for those who harmed you. Even though in the end your compassionate soul will cry out for, isn't there another chance for them? And the Lord will tell you, as he takes you into death and into the next realm, he'll tell you, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not for you to worry about. Come with me. And what I'm going to show you is so awesome that you're not even going to think back on your terrestrial life or want to go there again. You're going to want to come with me. And the holy angels will come take you away. God comes as a person to take you away like your father. You know, Jesus is right there as your beloved high priest, and you just, you know, you're just together with your family, with your people, with your there's no looking back. You see, this world is a test to see if we will look back like Lot's wife, if we will look back and lament, and plenty of us have. You know, they're going to come for you, in other words. And the people that are who were conformed to the world, who did jump through man's hoops, who did become initiated, who did, but still didn't really fit, you know, who did work their way up in the system, who would be considered a worldly man, a worldly woman, you know. But then we're converted to Christ. No problem. You're the same. There's no difference between you and me. History doesn't mean, there's no meritocracy here. I'm not above you. Those of you not conformed to the world who have managed to escape that and still live, he loves you more than anything, as precious gold, as precious stones. You're the most rare, therefore the most precious to him. And he sends all his forces of holy angels to take care of you. Those of you who dabbled in the world but didn't belong there, you're the prodigal sons and daughters. A big feast is laid out for you when you return home, you see. Never leave again. There's nothing in the world. The world is dying. Idiots run it. Inept, spiritually dead, no knowledge, no vision, no prophecy, no nothing. Their sorcerers have all failed them. Their astrologers have all failed them. They're blind as a bat, just blind, deaf, and dumb. It's sad but true that the elites are the scum and the scum are the elites. It's sad but true that, you know, that the lowest are the highest and the highest are the lowest. It's sad but true that the people that think they got it going on are failures, and the people that think they're losers, like you. You think you're a loser. You're not proud of yourself. You hide your face. I know you. You hide your face because you're ashamed, because you didn't quite measure up. And now you don't think you measure up to God either. So now you're a failure in the world and a failure to God. And maybe you're on drugs. And, you know, I want you to know you are beloved of the Lord. He loves you. And you are a total success with God right now. You don't need to hide your face ever again. It's them they should hide their faces from you. Don't you understand? You know, it's understood that you would be embattled. It's understood that you would be scarred. It's understood that you would have, you know, but the thing is, you lived. You lived when you shouldn't have lived. You beat the odds. And I know you're ashamed because you feel you should have been so much more, but understand, there's only one measure of a man. Only one measure of a man here on this earth. The overcomer and the one who doesn't overcome. The mystery of Jesus is hidden. The people of Christ in the mystery are hidden. No, they're not usually the people occupying churches. They are hidden in the realm of the Most High. It's a spiritual place because the world will encamp against you, seek to destroy you, seek to do harm to you if you are a believer, and especially if you come from any kind of place where there are major hypocrites, such as any kind of high society or anything like that. They consider it a personal vendetta that any of theirs, so to speak, will get away and go to Jesus, and they feel like it's open season against them to destroy their character, create false rumors, character assassination, and so forth. And all these things I have experienced. All these things have been done against me. I have had no voice, no ability to rebut, no ability to say what I had to say, no ability to be listened to. As far as my talk about Elisha and the child, when a parent starves a child of love, basically the child keeps seeking for that love, and when they don't get it, they're traumatized, and that trauma gets fed upon by the Satanist mother or father. And that is a very common thing. So that child can never rise in prominence, can never become a man or a woman, just remains kind of like a host to be fed upon and then blamed later when things don't go well as the cause of the grief for the parent vampire who is feeding upon the child that they hate. Now, I think that you're starting to get the idea, as I've kind of cobbled this broadcast together, that there's a great deal of insight here that's well beyond anything that any of us have ever heard in the media, well beyond anything that's ever been analyzed by psychology or psychiatry or psychology, well beyond, formal group rituals of this or that, or, this Hollywood-esque kind of idea of Satanism and all the sensationalism. It goes beyond Rosemary's Baby and all that kind of Hollywood-esque stuff. Paranoia, gang stalking, hive mind, all those things, supernatural, witchcraft, controlling others. We get into the fundamental principle of feeders and feedees. Those who are fed upon, those who are set up as victims to take the fall, to hide the ones who are the elites, who are the hypocrites, who are the money grubbers, who are the ones who are doing the evil in society, and then foisting it upon those who don't have the ability to fend for themselves because they're children just wanting their parents' love and keep seeking it over and over again, sometimes throughout their lifetime, but then being manipulated through that desire to take the fall in order to deflect the guilt from the guilty to the innocent. Do you understand? Is that about as clear as it could be put in a general way? And I've seen some cruelty that you have no idea. The cruelty of, murdering your children, I suppose, that nothing goes beyond that. But I've seen that. And then the children be blamed after they die. But, I know one guy that jumped off a building because he couldn't get his mother's love, because she was cold. And when he did, he said something like either something to his mother upon doing his Geronimo leap from the building, and he leapt to his death. And then the mother was seen as a martyr and a victim, and all society had sympathy for her, but she was an ice queen. She restricted her love. He couldn't get it. He was driven mad by it, and he killed himself because he couldn't amount to anything in society, because when a mother denies her love, it automatically ensures that the child will not be able to, especially if it's a game, if it has structure to it, that child will not be able to amount to anything, not be able to be independent, and so he leaps to his death. Knowing that he was a sacrificial victim of his mother, who was a Satanist witch, who is a member of the Junior League, of every charity in LA, the Realtors Association, sold houses in Beverly Hills, and so forth and so on. No one would suspect that this woman would have done this to her son. And I want to take it even a step further. I don't think she could help herself or even was totally aware of what she was doing. It was just a dynamic in the relationship, and she couldn't help it because she could do it. It gave her power. It gave her psychic power, personal power. It was like a drug. It made her high.
And then when he died, she got to blame it all on him, and then she got a big pop out of that. But there's nobody home. She had sold her soul to Satan early on as a child. There was nobody to receive that power or to receive the gift for the denial of love and destroying one's child, then having the sympathy of society that, oh, isn't that awful how awful your son was? Yeah, I remember that incident, and I remember my own parents telling me about the incident, and I remember how they had sympathy for the mother, and I didn't understand. You know, it never really rested with me. I spent 50 years figuring this out. What most shrinks could never figure out, I have figured out, because I understand this dimension of feeding. You see, it's completely legal. Nobody, no one. Well, I started with the example of Elisha and the child because I just wanted you to see that nothing is impossible. In other words, that child, and let's face it, I'm using child here as a metaphor. A child means anyone or any adult. No, you will not interrupt me. Trish will take care of it. Anyone or any child, any adult who has been kept in a childlike state because of something like that can be revived by the Lord. Remember this: if your mother and father forsake you, I, the Lord, will never forsake you. Usually when a parent behaves in such a way, no, I'm not dealing with the dogs. Usually when the parent behaves in such a way, they themselves were victims of abuse. And in the case that I am very familiar with, generational abuse and tremendous sick abuse was an institutionalized thing, completely covered by society. Nobody would ever suspect these good men and women of being so wicked. And the weak, the lambs among them, all become the bad guys. The ones whose reputations are ruined, the drug users, the losers, the dropouts. I assure you, my friends, they did not deserve that rap in many cases. In some they do. But I mean, in most cases, they don't deserve it. They were driven to it because they were the wrong sort of person. They were not, you know, they were seen as, oh, a lamb, oh good, we get to pile on and ruin that life and suck it up, and we all win. Remember in Proverbs 1, we share one purse when we destroy one's life. We wait privily for them to stumble. We set a trap for them to fall into, and then suck off the energy. And then we go back to the PTA, the Junior League, the Cancer Society, being a trustee of University of Southern California, you know, being a lawyer, being a prominent, you know what I'm saying? Well, these are things I know, you know, icons. Oh, yes, I'm going to unfold the whole thing one day, but it's going to be, it will be a big thing. I'm just giving you the fruit of my knowledge here. So in other words, this dynamic that is working in these families, America's deepest, darkest secret, that determines who are winners and who are losers, who is completely in cahoots and entwined with Satan, that makes sure that all pure hearts and earnest ones are destroyed, and all the ones that should not live and become honchos. And no one's the wiser, because when somebody acts up, it's their fault, and the finger of blame goes on them, and the finger of sympathy and the hand of sympathy rests upon the perpetrators and criminals who will feed on, not just sell out their own children, but destroy and kill their own children. I'm aware of a funeral
where one mother's child died. He was a loser. So she's crying. Then she looks over at someone after the funeral. Tears are all dried up. She starts smiling and laughing, mocking, and says to this person, "How did I do?" Regarding how were those crocodile tears? Were those convincing? How was I as an actor? And it was just like that, on that level. They say that revenge is sweetest when it's a betrayal. In other words, when someone has your confidence and you reel them in, and you think, and you're giving them a form of love and friendship and camaraderie, and then the knife comes out, and then the poison is put in the food, and then the person goes down, and then, oh, it's that person's fault, and the perpetrators never get caught, and life goes on. These are the murderers of our society. This happens daily. I know several incidents of this, and several Jezebel parents who help facilitate this, but then it's done in a structured way. In other words, it's done in cahoots with a whole network of, pedophile Satanists who then cooperate with one another to bring that host or bring that person to a point of self-destruction. It's all orchestrated behind the scenes, and then everyone laughs about it and high-fives each other when the target is dead. This makes the idea of an Illuminati breeder look completely almost innocent in comparison. And then, you have groups of witches who also do the same thing. They'll identify the weak one in the crowd, target him, make him flip out, either throw him into an institution or have him kill himself, and then they all celebrate. And this goes on a daily basis. And then what happens to people who play this game throughout their lives, when they get older, they have no heart, no conscience, and no soul. No soul. No conscience, no heart, no soul. They have total disregard for human life. Only the game is important and winning. And remember, they're also competing against each other. Who's going to live the longest, who's the richest, who's, and all that. And these are usually women who do their men in the form of witches in concert with Satan, whose souls are long gone, whose hearts are long gone, whose compassion is long gone. Only when you need to play a compassion, oh, I'm so sorry. Everything is fake. The hope of this is that a child situation, and I've known several, who cannot live because love is being withheld, and cannot grow, and cannot adapt to society because they're being messed with. Come on in. Why are you here? Come on in, I'll love you. Come on in, I'll love you. Why did you come in here? Go ahead and do that. Go. Oh, you did that. You're a real loser. That sort of thing. And this goes out to all the victims that I've known. Lambs all. People that if there were any less of society, if they were in any lesser faction, meaning more poor, you know what I mean? If they just happened to have been born not as an heir to this or that or the other thing. I'm thinking now of the case of the two heirs to the Oscar Mayer fortune that were my best friends. Two brothers, Mark and Todd. And both of them iced. These were both, the mother was a drunk, kind of, had 7 husbands, always there at the bar. They had a bar in their house in Beverly Hills, always there at the bar. There was like a pool table in there. And she would not give her children love. That she was incapable of it. And she had a whole game going with all these men and suitors, and she was, because she was wealthy, she had all these people competing for her money and buttering her up. And so she just played this game of having, just feeding the fish, right? All the people coming for her money to see if they could be the ones. And so they'd have like almost drunken orgies every day. And the children, meanwhile, upstairs are starved of love, going to private school, trying to excel in sports, trying to do anything to get the approval, not knowing who their father is really also. So no mother and no father. And it's not surprising they wound up dead, being a sacrifice. And in one case, it was a suicide, gun to the head. But I know damn well it was no suicide. It was an orchestrated hit of driving a very sensitive being to pull the trigger, using a girl to do it, a relationship. And the other was labeled an accident. And they both died pretty close to each other, the two boys. And the other, in the case of Todd, he just drove off a cliff, but I know that's not true. I know it was a hit, and because I remember him at this beach club hanging out with a guy who became an Academy Award-winning producer. And he was the handler. No, this was when we were kids, when we were like 18. And I was completely messed up. In the same state as my friend Todd. And Todd looked at me going, it's everyone, it's everyone. He had woken up to the fact that there was a conspiracy, that there was a hive mind, that there was this satanic criminal cabal that one must join in order to not be killed. That all these people were in on it. And he was being targeted. And he had two choices, whether to accept it and roll with it, thus being corrupted, I guess, how do you jibe with murder? Because you have to agree to that. So I guess he would, or to just be outraged. But he'd woken up and he was looking around and he was calling out to me saying, what about all this? What are we going to do, And he was really freaked out. Next thing I hear, well, I have my own problems. So I was being handled by other people at that time. They made sure that none of us had any freedom. And the next thing I know, he winds up dead. And my psychiatrist told me. He wound up dead. He didn't make it, he said. Those were the exact words he used. He didn't make it. It gets even more weird. I was at a Christian bookstore in the valley of San Fernando Valley, LA. It's closed now, out on Van Nuys Boulevard. Guy gets out of the car, walks right up to me, says, you're a minister. I didn't even know I was a minister yet. He said, you're a minister. And the next thing he goes is, who's Todd? Just like that. He looked right up. He was some kind of prophet, Who's Todd? And I said, he's my friend that was, whacked. And he said, well, just forget about it. He's at peace with the Lord. He's at peace. He's in a good place. It's okay. This is years later, and no one, this is a random guy in a parking lot as I'm getting into my car. That didn't really comfort me completely. It gave me, I was happy to have the word. I was happy to receive that he's all right, to not worry about him, to not feel there was such an injustice done, that the Lord's taking care of his own. And he was, if anything, a lamb, You would have loved this guy. His mother did not. And he deserved it, to be loved. But anyway, that being said, the two of them died pretty close to each other, time-wise, within a few years anyway. And thus the legacy, the dark Oscar Mayer story goes forward. But I know a lot more things than that. That's just one little thing. Had either one of them not been an Oscar Mayer heir, they'd be alive today. If they were just in some middle-class family somewhere, I mean, they might have a battle, but, you know, not necessarily a death sentence. America is intolerant, though. And this game is afoot. And since it's not illegal, you know, people get away with it. There's an awful lot of women involved in this. There's more Jezebels today, and that's all we're talking about. There's more Jezebel witch queens today than ever before, and they prey upon the living. And if you don't bow down and come unto them, as it says in Ezekiel 13, beginning at verse 17, then they will seek to destroy you. The souls that should live, they make die, and those, you know, Todd should have lived, Mark should have lived. And the ones that should die, they make live. They become president, Mr. Liar-in-Chief. You know, a lie every 10 seconds. More lies than any other president. Of course, they all lie. But I mean, you know, it's gotten to a point now where, you know, so all the people in the media are liars too, or they wouldn't cover this stuff like they do. So now we're in a situation that we can't recover from. But believe me, they're going to blame the righteous. They're going to blame the good people. They're going to blame people that love the country or the Constitution. They're going to label them as terrorists. I mean, you see how they do it. They're going to vilify them in the press. They're going to destroy their reputations of people that do good. They're going to destroy the reputation of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. They're going to destroy any kid that they have living in Beverly Hills that just doesn't get shallow and materialistic and mean and rotten and, like I say, satanic, throwing whammies on everybody and just playing the game and sassing it up all the while the girls are trained to look for the right target husband who's got big bucks. Only eventually to take them down and take their money too, because there's no respect for anyone with a pair of balls, ever. You assert yourself in that way, be a man, you will be excused, incarcerated, taken away, targeted, whatever. They're only interested in yes men, dupes. So when I look at, say, LA society, I see men being mainly yes men, dupes, pathetic, not worthy of respect as a man, because they bow down to these witch queens, and they become, you know, so they wouldn't be killed or iced or offed or isolated through fear. And they work as real estate agents and dentists and shrinks and developers and software engineers, and they're firmly ensconced in slavery. Their souls are gone, and the whole thing continues to perpetuate. Then it gets to the point where nobody can really, there's no one alive, and you have to really understand that this particular system and these people that run it, they have no interest in living things, only in death, only in destruction, only in pain, only in causing others pain. That's all they feed on. They'll invent rumors about a person so that that person will be destroyed, their feelings hurt, and then they feed off the trauma of that hurt. Saw that just the other day. Terrible, terrible, awful to see it. And if they don't feed off that, they'll die. Yeah, they need to create that sort of thing. They need to have a host to feed on, or symbiotic relationships, or children that they can sacrifice, or they won't live. And that's the conundrum they're in. That's what's motivating them. They want to live on even though they're like a walking corpse. No feelings, no soul, no ambition, no nothing. Just the game. That's it. And they're willing to sacrifice anything and everyone who's real, and everyone who's feeling, everyone who has a conscience. They're all targeted.
Now, what was the point of having Elisha raising the boy from the dead? Well, this all had to do with the mother's love. That was the point that I made, that the mother had sought out a solution for her dead son, that he might live because she loved him. It's really the mother's love combined with the faith of Elisha that rose him up. Without the mother's love, that kid would not have been alive. That was my point in reading that. That being said, those of you who understand, know this. If you're in that situation with a father or a mother, the only one who really loves you and can give you love that is enough for you to thrive and to become independent and functioning is the Lord God, Yahweh Almighty, Jesus Christ, the one. When your mother and father forsake you, I will never forsake you. We have a situation out in LA where mothers and fathers forsake all their children, and when the children act up, then they blame the children, and then they get off the hook for being drug addicts and alcoholics and decadent, and they had a hard life because their children ruined their lives because they were on drugs. Meanwhile, these people are taking more prescription drugs than you can, handfuls, to keep that conscience seared, to keep it knocked back. So you people in LA, have I about summed it up? That's nothing. There are depths to this and organizational patterns to this that any qualified sociologist should be very interested in, because it dictates how our society is actually formed, how winners and losers are chosen, how outcomes are chosen. And like I said, I have seen so many innocent ones scapegoated by their parents and by their husbands or wives too. For example, a husband will abuse his wife. No, it's not all the women. I'm giving an example of a man doing the same thing. Husband abuses his wife in a kind of a passive-aggressive way, in a way that you couldn't prove he's doing anything, but he's doing it. She then manifests and, say, becomes a drug addict, alcoholic, this and that, a kleptomaniac, whatever. And everyone has sympathy for him because, oh, look what kind of a wife he got. When in actuality, he's the one that's caused her to do it and is now feeding off her trauma to boost himself. No, you're not, no. To boost himself, and then he gets addicted to it because he can't live without it. So he's essentially destroying his wife so that he can live, and he's probably in cahoots with others on the same page doing the same thing to their children or spouses or parents. And children can do it to their parents too, the same thing. Innocent parents don't know anything about this game. Child learns the game and applies it to the parents. The parents are driven off a cliff. The kid inherits their stuff, Very, very simple. A lot of it does revolve around money, but it also revolves around mainly power and familial structures and institutional structures and the very fabric of human civilization is interwoven within this entire evil, awful thing. But in the end of the day, the perpetrators know they are perpetrators, their wills are engaged, they have sold their souls to Satan to get the power, then they lord it over anyone they can to boost themselves. The game is on, they begin the race, they start learning to fly, but they don't have wings. You get me? That means for everyone who was successful, several had to be trashed. The only remedy would have been if mothers or fathers loved their children. And that love would have as it says in the Proverbs, would have seen that one through and teaching them in the ways of the Lord, teaching them, instructing them in the ways of life, that they have a good outcome. Telling them, as it says in Proverbs 1, don't go with that group, with that collective, the thing I'm talking about. Don't go with them. The outcome will be bad. Raising them, teaching them that the game does exist, but not to participate and to be heads up and lead a good life, because my loved son, my loved daughter, is the only love you need, the Father says. I will repair any damage done, usually by starvation. Conditional love. In other words, if you jump through this hoop, you jump through that hoop, you become this or become that, then I'll respect you. But otherwise, okay. And it gets more insane than that, because if you remember in my book, Lamb, the mother in Lamb of, there was a rock star who was on drugs, and he was like doing music. And she actually targeted him hired an assassin to basically take him out at a concert, and did, and was successful. That is not an isolated, like, made-up kind of story. The society represents mother, and the assassination represents targeting anyone who is a free spirit, anyone who is creative, anyone who is a poet, anyone who is really of the truth. You see, in the end, what they want is they just want lies. They want to be lied to. Anything that counters that will incur the targeting of the individual, and the gang stalking ensues, because in my situation, I'll just speak to my own history. There's been hundreds of thousands of dollars spent in elaborate gang stalking schemes for whatever reason, including voice to skull stuff. Big time when I was younger, less now, but because I'm growing up in the Lord. The Lord is my protector. He's my guide. So I've come into for example, the first time that I was gang stalked was when I was 18, and I was sent off to this college. I was a mess. I couldn't do studies, but they sent me off to some college in Colorado, even though I was right out of a loony bin, and I was very confused. And the idea was to kill me at that time. So they hired this guy who was the music teacher of the college, and he had his boys, that he worked with. And, they messed with me, and there was a girl involved messing with me. Got me to the point of suicide. All is lost. Fed me LSD, and then gave me phenobarbital right from a pharmacy. I mean, couldn't be more obvious. The boys just show up with trays of it. Here you go. You want phenobarbital? There's no high you can get off phenobarbital. The only thing it'll do is put you to sleep or kill you. There's no... Right on cue. So there were I'd say about 15 people involved at the college. The music teacher ran it. His name was Max. He was hired from LA. He had ties to Hollywood and LA composition. He was a composer. He had scored some TV shows, and he was connected. He was also in the Italian mafia, and he was, I think he's passed on now, but this story is, I'm going to leave off at the end of this because you won't believe this. And I'm not going to give you a lot of stories. I'm saving that for another time. So, me was, targeted, and me, convinced to off myself while under LSD. In other words, they did all this. I wound up in a coma in the Denver General Hospital, orchestrated by 15 people plus Max, plus the people in Hollywood, plus, unfortunately, significant others, all involved. And somehow I pulled through and lived. And I think they took that as a sign that God had his hand on me.
You know, I didn't have brain damage. I was in a coma for 2 weeks, and at one point my heart stopped for about a minute or so. It was all completely orchestrated because, you see, I was a screw-up, a fuck-up. They had to do something. They did what they always do. They have a network designed to deal with this very thing. All the sympathy going to the parents, everybody else, how hard they tried. Well, and the real story is it was an orchestrated hit. Later, and then only the Lord can orchestrate something like this. I had to escape LA, move to Santa Fe because the gang stalking had started again. Moved into a random place in downtown Santa Fe. Really nice place. It had a pool that Lisa Ruby went on and on. It was an illegal pool or some kind of satanic pool. Well, it was a satanic place. Why I moved in there was because I met some real estate agent who was buying it and wanted us to move in to help her buy it. You know, we were just sort of used. I had sold that property in LA, so I had the money to move in there. Didn't know what else to do. Moved in. At that time, I began with the internet, and I was serving the Lord. I'd given my life over to Him. Well, eventually, we found out that the place was cursed. There were footsteps on the roof every night, stuff flying off the shelves, poltergeist activity. The pool was acting up, turning different colors because of this. There was like a curse where there were bones, a massacre, and then the people that built it moved the bones without clearing it, and there was a curse on them, and the woman had been killed on the Tasuki Road, a place where there was a curse by Indians. And her husband was named Max. He didn't know much about us at first. But then he came to understand this was the man who orchestrated the hit on me when I was 18. What are the odds on that? No. There are no odds. It's supernatural. Eventually, he got to thinking, well, this is a lamb. So he wanted to take us to lunch, and I went on and on about the New World Order and about Satanism and drove him nuts. Then one night he comes over. He takes us to he built 3 houses there, each one like $1 million, $1.5 million. They're expensive properties, but they're in a compound like condos or townhouses, but really upscale. And he had a really upscale one. And his kids there for a barbecue. I remember one time Trish walked over the rooftops to throw some T-shirts for the Zeph Report over to the kids. And he said, I thought that was my wife. Oh yeah, he knows. The wife paces the ceiling. That's not so unusual, that her ghost, if you will, would be doing that. But he seemed to know that was her too. Well, then eventually he understood what was happening, and they were very afraid of me. But he didn't quite get it. One night he comes over, and I give him a glass of wine, of red wine, and a Bible. And he looks at me, and it's kind of a dim light. He goes, "Are you scared?" Like that. And I said, "Oh, I see. Scared of going through this process, scared of you doing your work." And then when we were over at his place, he showed us how he was some kind of Italian guy. In other words, he was a made man. He didn't need to teach at a college. He was already independently wealthy. He was a millionaire. He was a made man. He was also an assassin. I mean, mafia, right? So he revealed all this stuff stupidly. See, I knew at that moment when he said he taught at that particular college at that particular time, and I asked him, was that in like 1972? Were you 73, yeah, So I knew this was the guy. You were the music teacher. You were the, So I knew this while I'm dealing with him.
And I'm preaching to him about the Lord, and I'm putting a Bible in his hand. He's going, "Are you scared?" And I said, "Of course not. I have no fear except fear of the Lord," which totally upset him. Because at this point, there's all kinds of weird stuff going on, stuff flying off the walls, all kinds of hoodoo voodoo, and I made no bone. Everyone who saw the Zeph report online, everyone knew what I was about. Are you scared? In other words, that all this will happen. And then finally, somehow, he got to understand who I was and how this thing come back to haunt him. So he quickly sold everything he had and ran back to Denver, which was his home, tail between his legs, scared out of his mind, because this thing, in other words, God had shown him that everything he did back then or since then or in his life was seen. So he started trying to run, but you can't hide. You can't run from the Lord. The Lord had caught up with him. So I had a chance to see it gets better. I eventually revealed this to the person that hired the whole thing in the first place. And that's another story for another day. Because, see, the story was that I went there, had trouble, and overdosed myself, independent. And, shouldn't we feel sorry for the parents? That wasn't exactly what happened. But you see, that would have been the story had I died. That would have been the story, that somehow I did it. I am the bad guy. Well, I wasn't the bad guy. It was an orchestrated hit because I was just like Todd. I didn't have any choice in the matter. God made me the way I am. But it would have all been that they and all the people that were friends who tried to help and all the thousands of dollars spent on shrinks and programs, and everyone did everything they could. It's just such a tragedy. And that's all a lie. It was a murder. It was a hit. Except that damned asshole didn't die. And damn God too. So where are we now today in this ongoing saga? Well, most of the saga I'm not revealing because, that's just a tidbit. There's a lot more to it. There's a lot more meat on the bone in terms of a story. It's something that should be written up. It should be written and published and read everywhere. Because the keys to all of this go to the fabric of polite society, not being so polite and having no tolerance for, decent people, honest people, truthful people. Especially not in what you might call elite society, which I guess there's no tolerance for anyone that's decent, and you have to be a complete evil criminal in order to make your deal with the devil in order to survive. And then what good are you, since you're just a sock puppet for the rest of your life? Your soul is gone, your mind is gone, you're just a hive. The demon fills it up whenever you do something bad to someone. You get away with it. No, isn't it sad how, the same dynamic happens between friends. I was his friend, and I can't believe how mean he's treated me, because the guy wakes up and gets mad, right? And fights back, and then it's like, we've all been a friend with this guy, and then he just turned and attacked us for no reason. Isn't that awful? Oh, I have tremendous sympathy for you. It must be awful to have, your sister, your brother, your friend, your son behave in that way when all you've done is be their friend and love them. It must be very hard. You have my extreme sympathy. Anything I can do. Bill Clinton did the same crocodile tears whenever he had gone to a funeral, especially those people that flew around helicopters who saw him do cocaine or whatever, and they wound up whacked. That kind of thing happens. So people are scared. People that know what's going on are scared. They're scared because there's a total lawlessness in America, complete lawlessness, or the law is just simply politicized. You know, and there's a lot of other levels to this. I mean, there's a lot of victims, like, for example, political victims of the same dynamic, who happen to be a good person, but then their character is assassinated by people who can do it, and they're ruthless about it. Well, it gets more dicey when you have mothers and sons, you know, fathers and daughters, when that kind of thing is going on, when the children don't understand. You mean you gave birth to me to kill me? You know, I mean, why don't you love me? And they go back and back and back trying to get the love, and it's always a setup. And then, of course, like I said, the victims are then blamed as the perpetrators because, you know, the thing will never come to light. The true crime never comes to light. So, you know, so there you go. And I mean, it gets more weird. I mean, you know, you've obviously seen the Casey Kaylee Anthony thing, you know. That was, you know, weird. I haven't really figured that one out. I haven't really studied that, but that's really bizarre. You know, that's a bizarre case. You know, there's got to be a lot of this kind of thing involved in that. And I have not broken it down. But I'm just saying, you know, there's one dynamic for you. My survival was God. When I was 18, it was God that showed up. When I was in the fake psych ward, which was not a psych ward, but it was like theater. It was like everyone there was an actor running a game. And I guess the whole point was to cause me to kill myself or to take my soul, do something, you know. And I never really figured that one out, why people would go and spend so much money on something like that. You know, I suppose trying to change people from what they are. But anyway, this is an absolute truth about society. This is like a, you know, unfortunately, the very dynamic, the fabric, the very guts of how a cruel society works. Again, with the victims of said, who were, you know, set up, obviously had no chance, being blamed, and the perpetrators being boosted completely backwards from the way it should be, from right versus wrong. You know what I mean? I mean, there's a right and wrong in life. There's, you know, doing the right thing versus doing the wrong thing. Doing the right thing, I advocate even if no one's watching. But look, let me put it this way. Once someone gets away with one of these crimes, like this guy, this scared little rabbit, Max, big man, big Italian-made man guy, huh? Running to Denver. He said he had children, grandchildren there. He wanted to see how they do. And I know what that meant. That meant, you know, how far they can go once they've been conformed to see then what they do once they get started down the wrong path. And I said to him, you mean like they become some big guy for 5 minutes? Like you? I didn't say it that way, but I kind of, in a roundabout way. And of course he was silent. I eventually, you know, will, you know, it's really constantly the same thing. I mention this because I know there's a lot of you who are caught up in relationships. Like I said, mother-son, father-daughter, father-son. How many fathers? My father tried to get his father's love, and it was denied, completely denied. It wasn't done really intentionally, but it drove him to alcohol, gambling, drugs, total drug addict. And then the father had all the sympathy because, oh, his son is a playboy, a ne'er-do-well, a guy who just goes out and lives it up off the largesse of his father, that sort of thing. And he allowed it because he felt guilty for not being able to love his son. So all these indiscretions that were going on, he would keep bailing him out, covering it up, throwing money at it. And that was nothing sinister. That was just a dynamic between a father and a son. But that's where love wasn't able to flow. So therefore, the result is tragic for both. So this is a message that goes to fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, mothers and sons, fathers and daughters, et cetera, parents and kids and grandparents, friends and other friends, significant others, spouses and spouses. This thing rages beneath the surface. And then when it takes elite structure, it becomes more sinister, because then people have, there are people get whacked all the time to keep the lid on this thing so that it never comes out that the whole thing is corrupt and that people are being targeted individuals. You people who complain about gang stalking, this stuff comes from the spirit. If you want protection from that, you got to seek the Lord. You're not going to be able to do it by going to group therapy. This is not a group therapy issue. It is a supernatural, satanic realm issue. Satan has a kingdom. Remember in Ephesians it says there are principalities and powers. Churches are big strongholds of this reality I speak of. And parents will send their kids to churches in the hopes that the church will conform their kids to be good, contributing members of society, so they can take their place and get started down the road of iniquity. And the church does a great job doing that. Because, see, the kids see the other kid commit suicide. They don't want to be suicided. You know what I mean? They're taught very clearly that you don't toe the line, this is what happens. Okay, so they conform. And I don't blame them. I'm simply pointing it out because nobody else points it out. I'm the only one I know of, so it's always been that way. I've always been out ahead of the curve, ahead of the game, ahead of the people, ahead of everyone. And the reason is because God is my father. He's my mother. He's my father. And I'm trying to figure it out too. And I made a lot of mistakes along the way. I've been lured in a bunch of times. I've been tempted a bunch of times. I've sinned a bunch of times that's led me and weakened me and almost let me be prey over and over again to put myself at risk many times. And it's been the Lord that's really like a father waiting patiently, who kept bailing me out, protecting me, guiding me when I didn't deserve it. So I have an intimate relationship with God. I have to be in His presence 24/7 because I am a wreck otherwise. I'm a train wreck waiting to happen. I've been traumatized and I'm still traumatized. I still have, post-traumatic stress. Like a lot of you gang stalking victims, I get triggered and then paranoid and then I got to go seek shelter and then wait for the damn thing to pass and then start again. Meanwhile, I'll be completely interrupted with whatever career move. Well, there is no career. This is my career, I suppose. God is, ministry would be the career, because I can't be fired from this because there's no church paying me. There's no coffer somewhere that if I say the wrong thing before the congregation, I get fired, so I better not say the wrong thing. That's the reason all the pastors are false, because they're scared they're going to lose their livelihood if they say something truthful. That's why I say, how do you know a pastor is lying? Because his lips are moving. Because the congregation holds the purse strings. And the same thing with me. I've held my fire a lot because I was afraid of not being able to live, of not having money, of not being able to eat and things like that. And with the Lord, I'm telling you, that's okay. That's understandable. That's human. But eventually, all of us who serve the Lord and who are just His children need to rely on Him and not worry about anything like that. But it's easier said than done. It takes, time. Some of us, people that have been born poor and so forth have a lot easier time with that than people born rich. And Jesus spoke about that. I mean, if you're born rich and you want the kingdom, you have to really not look to the left or right, but just keep your eyes on him, because it's just, there you have another strike against you. No, the Lord will not tolerate the love of money, because a lot of what I'm talking about, in fact, all of what I've said today, really comes from the love of money. It all revolves around, in other words, without money there would be no guy in Denver, and there'd be no assassination, there'd be no gang stalking, there'd be no there'd be none of this, no guy jumping off the building, because he didn't get his mother's love or whatever. There's a lot of, he would never have gotten to the building. You know what I'm saying? No Todd having an unfortunate accident out in the middle of nowhere. None of that would happen without money being involved, without his being an heir to Oscar Mayer, without there being a money motive to get him out of the way. Some of us have money motives. Get this guy out of the way, then we we'll wait for collective spoil. Remember Proverbs 1. So money will cause people to kill people, but it's only money will do that. All of this, the whole cause of everything I've described is money, which is why Jesus said, the rich won't make it, because you see, it's all this. How does one extricate himself from the realm of money and weakness? Money and weakness that money causes. I'm not going to eat, therefore I'm better, say the right thing, not step on any toes, or I'll be cut off. I'll lose my job. I'll this, all that. How many of you have pulled your punches so you wouldn't get fired? Money corrupted you, see? It corrupts all of us. But I've just, I'm no different than you. I'm weak, in that way. I've never been a hoarder of money, though. I've never wanted to hurt anyone for it. But I can see how intoxicating it is, and I can see how dangerous it is. Money is 1,000,000 times more powerful than heroin, or crank, or drugs, or or gambling, or anything like that. Or even love and lust. It's more powerful than all that stuff combined. It's the root of all evil. And all this evil that I've described today, which is, I'm just going to call the podcast Evil, Part 1. Or Part 7, or whatever. This evil all comes from, mainly, in the main, the money game. What happens when a kid learns to destroy another kid in high school? He gets a pop. What does that mean? He gets a money opportunity. It's a money motive. Why do they sell their souls to Satan? Because of money. They want money. And I love it. And that's where all of this motivation for all the things I've described comes from money. Definitely. And there's a lot that we can say about that. That's what ruined the 501c3 church, though. That's why you cannot rely on it. It's not because of being beholden to the government. That's part of it, to the state, to the nanny state. In other words, it's a state-regulated institution, meaning people are, I know FBI agents who kept dossiers, they're in every church keeping track of people to make sure they all stay on the page. And if anyone acts up, they get punished. Why do they stay on the page or stay at the church? Because they want money. And that's where the partners are. That's where the boss is. That's where the job is. So money is the root of evil, to the point where, parents will sacrifice their own children to get money. To not lose position. to keep social status, which is what? Money. Why does one want social status? Because they want money. Why does one sell their soul to Satan? Because they want money. You say, well, some want power. Well, money first, power second. I mean, it all goes hand in hand. Money is power, power is money. It all goes back to money. The love of money corrupts these people, and they will do anything to get it, including murder. So, which is a cliche that's on TV every night, right? So my logic in explaining this to you, some very deep concepts of organizing society, of sociology really, can be traced to the motive for money, because then it makes sense. People want love. Yeah, the innocent lambs tend to not be so money-centered. But everyone wants love. I mean, everyone needs love. Love is more important than money. And when people are denied love, they can then act up. In other words, you can be, say, a father. I'm a father. And I could deny love to my child. And she would think, what have I done wrong? What could I do better to please my father so he would give me love? What's wrong with me that I don't have his love? And right there, that can wreck a person's life. Right there, that can wreck a person's life. However, the solution to that is, if your mother and father forsake you, I, the Lord, will never forsake you. There's a thing about honor thy mother and father. And I believe that if a mother or father is doing evil to you, abusing you, doing harm to you, not protecting you, and things like that, if that's happening, you, the child, honor your mother and father by surviving and doing what you have to do to survive, which may be exposing the evil they do. That's the most loving thing you could actually do, and the most honoring thing you could do would be to expose the thing that's doing harm, so that all may have a chance at repentance and to change and to be healthy. Because anyone can fall into any pattern. I mean, in my grandfather's case, he lost his first son in the war, and he had no love left over for his second son. Pretty common. He was traumatized by that because he was guilty. He told the first son to go into the war. Anyone who doesn't sign up for the war is a loser. So he goes and gets killed. Then he can't love anybody. So my father, not being loved, goes out, becomes an enfant terrible, tears it up, and it all revolved around that. So the love of money causes a lack of love. The lack of love then, and the playing of the game for money, then basically destroys lives, separates the really satanic weak from the strong in this case being the weak, but I mean being the super satanic with no conscience, who will just go, Adolf Hitlering their way around, not give a damn about all the victims. They just got tough because they grew up on the street, they started off as prostitutes, they were abused by their parents, they were sold into sex slavery, and when they got their chance to get some money and to be established and to be seen as an upright figure in society, they never forgot that hard life on the street. So they're going to just make the world pay, baby. That means everybody around is going to become a slave or die. I mean, there are people out there like that that put Machiavelli to shame. Because it becomes perverted. There's a need for people that have been treated really harshly to abuse others, but they do it by causing them to do something like, say, a guy has a marriage and a family. In order to keep his job, he's forced to do homosexual acts, to be humiliated in front of the group in order to keep his position. So he does it. And it, destroys his life. It destroys the whole thing becomes a symbolic marriage, a symbolic life. There's no honesty. And then he abuses his son, let's say, to get him ready for the system, to take it up the you-know-what. Well, that destroys the son. and so forth and so on. But why did it happen in the first place? He was afraid he was going to lose his job. So, being young, having a young family, he did what he had to do to survive, but that destroyed him because he sold out. It'd be different if he was forced to do a homosexual act, let's say, and let's say that's against his nature, okay? So he's forced to be humiliated in that way. Then he goes home and tells his wife. That probably will end the marriage. But then he says, I want to repent, seeks the Lord, quits his job, moves on to something else. Maybe then he could be saved, but how many times are you going to see that? No. Most of them will stay in that job. Then when they become the honcho, they force the next guy to do the same thing while being householders at home. This is very common in, like, say, Roman society, Greek society. It's institutionalized. But what is the whole basis of that unnatural act or perversion or whatever? It's power, control, and what does it all really go to in the end? Money. Money. And what's the solution? Obviously, I have the solution, which is seek the Lord and nothing else. And the desires of your heart are what you need. The Lord knows what you need, says Jesus, and it will be added unto you. Seek him first, and everything else will fall into place, but you got to have faith and trust. Otherwise, you wind up being a slave. What happens to a guy like that with a young family by the time you say 50? Nobody home, okay? When the guy retires, it's like a corpse retiring. The heart still beats, but there's nobody home. There's nothing there. There is no one to enjoy retirement with. The wife is, by that time, completely jaded. She should have left a long time ago. The children have been corrupted. They hate their parents. Yet they're going to go out and do the same thing. And that's what happens when God is not around. That's what happens when the Lord is not present in one's life. That's exactly what happens to all people, or anyone that desires money. That's exactly what happens to them. So the perpetrators in this case, the ones who do the criminality, who attack the weak, the innocent, the lambs and whatnot, to boost themselves for money, they wind up being the deadest of all. They wind up being the sacrificial lambs, if you will. They wind up being the victims of their own assassination. They've committed suicide. Like I say, by the time they get to 50, there's nobody. I know a guy right now.
Rock and roll is there to do a service, to do what church cannot do. That is to conform children to the way of the world for the use by the demonic, to inhabit them, all-seeing eye, to make them part of the hive, get them to go get a job, get them to, participate in the system, get them to get 2.5 children, and get them to follow the rules, both hidden and otherwise. They get them to admit they are slaves of the occult, but on the surface they're good Christian, going to church and having Easter and Thanksgiving and Halloween and having just a lovely time upon the earth, going to Disneyland for 2.3 weeks and having a great time. So that's what rock and roll pushed. It pushed that, which is called slavery. Physical slavery, mental slavery, and spiritual slavery. These people also become the gang stalkers when they are the kind of the druggy types of society. The criminal life appeals to them, so they end up working for the government, doing gang stalking, spying on people, street theater, and so forth, trying to get TIs to commit suicide, among other things, or just use them as fit extensions, harass them, then feed off the trauma. What's the purpose of street theater? They are feeding off of it. They feed off of it, and it goes on closed-circuit TV to a bunch of other people who feed off of it. Just like I told you, when they're going to crash a plane or something, they take video of everyone on the plane and their trauma, and then they have an orgy over it. That's the kind of thing that these people do. These are lizard. This is not a human thing. This is impossible. This should not ever happen. It does, and it stays hidden. But that's the fallen human condition. That's what Jesus heals. That split, because the secret life of the ones who have embraced the dark side or passed on through the other side or been conformed to society, all three are equal. There is that secret life of, the assassin, ritual murder, pedophilia, human trafficking, and on and on and on. It all begins with, sexual initiation, really, and then from there it just kind of snowballs till it gets into murder. It gets into the military-industrial complex. It gets into the corporate structure of the globe, Wall Street, politics, queens, kings, monarchs, dictators, all slaves to the same thing. That's why the whole thing about Ahmadinejad, what a joke, he's a Mason, and so is Obama, and so is Netanyahu, and they're just all having a great old time planning out this whole thing while the evil is creeping underneath. I can't watch. I can't take it anymore. I think true Christianity is horrifying to most Christians. Unsatisfying because we want justice. And in every moment there is justice, but we don't see it. We don't acknowledge it. But we want to have a big, giant, collective whoop-ass kind of open that can of whoop-ass justice right now. We want to see it and be observers of it. I say, yes, I've been through that already. And I can tell you that, being observing of God putting things right and being in that spiritual state with God as it's going on, is, well, it's a bit fleeting because there's already satisfaction in the spirit, right? Because God is love. So therefore, it's already satisfaction. There's already perfect justice in that perfect state of God is love, or I am that I am. In that, there is perfect justice. God, like Richard Wurmbrand said, God is not worried. No need for me to be worried. Everything is as it should be. No need for me to worry about that it's not as it should be. Here's another thing I got caught up in. Begging God to bring destruction because I'm uncomfortable. Because I've been hurt and I see other people hurt and it's horrible and it's unjust. God, please bring that sword of justice here and take care of it. Or get us out of here. Absolutely a normal response. I mean, I don't ever blame anyone for that response. And I don't look down on them. I don't judge them. I'm just saying that that's not the only way to look at it. All the things that we deal with in the spirit come through the heart, through the spirit, through the soul. The soul, really in a sense knows everything. So there's no need of compiling endless books. But, do it. I spent a whole decade reading nothing but, books all day, all night. I did nothing but that. And did it help me? I was looking for healing. Oh, yeah, everything on Hinduism, philosophy, Buddhism, Western mysticism. I mean, everything I can get my hand. Everybody. Pythagoras, all the philosophers from like Plato and Aristotle. Even before that, the codes of Hammurabi and Samaria, Gilgamesh, Greek tragedy. You name it, I got into it. The whole classical education route, thinking I would learn something. I would learn that the horror of my life and the fact that I feel so traumatized would finally go away when I understood the world better. So I thought by reading books I could understand the world. I didn't understand anything about the world until finally the Lord opened my eyes as to just how awful it is here and what these people did and how many demonically possessed people there are, how it comes and goes and jumps to other people. When I started learning all that, then I got it. When I really figured out that, your own people, your own parents could want to murder you, then I realized, oh, shit, it's like that, huh? And your friends could murder you, and their friends would murder you, and they all conspired to murder me, and I survived it. But, I had to look at it and go, they did that. That's just like as Clark says, that's just impossible. That's just not possible. And someone that's an innocent kid, you want to do that too? They do. And they want to have a World War III, it's going to kill all these children? They will. They had World War II, they were killing all these Jews, millions of them. They did. God seems to always thwart their plans as well at the same time. You know, it's kind of been a, you know, they get a run at it, you know, in history, like with Hitler's rise. And people could see what was happening from afar off. And when Churchill came forward to warn about Hitler, they mocked him openly and publicly. They just mocked him as a lunatic. I kid you not. It's the same old thing. If you're on the truth, they're going to mock you as a lunatic. You're not one of us. You're demonically possessed. You need help. You need to get some therapy. Been through this all my life. To the extent where would they lock me up indefinitely? Yes, the people that tried to off me would lock me up indefinitely and tried to. But when I went public, I had too much proof that I have a sound mind. So they couldn't do it. But would they love to do it today? Of course they would. And they want everyone like me to be locked up indefinitely. Indefinite detention. We just can't trust you. Because you're not, why? Because you're not one of us. Why am I not one of you? Because you won't bow down to Satan and start killing people. I'm sorry, but that's really what Satanism is. It's killing people. You didn't know that? Satanists, like you think Ozzy Osbourne's innocent? He's a murderer. But then again, so is George Bush. Then again, so is everyone that conforms to it, because it's murder, by the very least, murder by proxy. In other words, you sign on to the world system, you become a murderer that day. Anybody. People that look totally innocent. Anybody. Whether you put the knife in or not, anybody. That's why the lyrics for Sympathy for the Devil by Mick Jagger and Keith Richards go something like this, you know, who killed the Kennedys when after all it was you and me? Yeah, it was the world. Stuff like that just happens. Jesus delivers us out of that and washes us clean from the responsibility to that, because we're all corrupt. There are controllers and handlers in our midst, and if they can get you under their control and then create a paradigm for you to exist in, like your identity is this is what you really are, and then get you to participate in that game, they own you. So, being that I have a higher level of healing than I had even a month ago, or a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, I'm here to blow that whole game to hell and gone. Because that's a game that leads to total tragedy.
We've been really constantly on the same topic from the very beginning. Ezekiel 13:17. The souls come unto the sowers of of all armholes, and they have sex and initiation rites and sell their souls to the devil and live to be honchos in Israel. And the ones who resist are hunted and killed. And these are the souls that should not die. And the souls that survive are the ones who should die for the blasphemy against the Lord God. And the Lord God watches every bit of it. He sees all the people that sell their soul. He's there with you when you sell your soul. He's there with you when you agree to the initiation or the consummation with the world. When you fornicate with the whore. When you fornicate with the world. He's there. He was there at your initiation, which is also called a funeral in some circles. And he would be there at your salvation. But as far as the funeral is concerned, in this society of America, I really had to dig out the truth, because, you know, the people that had gone through the way of death, they kept their mouths shut. they got to be, you know, paid and employed, and, you know, they got things that other people didn't get, but they had to keep their mouths shut. All the politicians that I knew of, including Reagan, precious Reagan, had sold their souls to the devil. I don't know. They all say God bless and all that other stuff, but they were all part of this of you know, high society, and the requirement for being there would be to conform to the devil. I mean, that there really isn't any other rule to be a part of high society, except that you sell your soul to the devil in a conforming ritual of some sort, and become one of them. You know, one of them, the establishment, and they're called the establishment because they've been there for so long. And you oftentimes hear about scandals, you know, in Washington involving boys, let's say prostitutes and senators and congressmen that look squeaky clean and have a family and go to church, right? You know what I'm saying. And that would be indicative of, I mean, they wouldn't even have the connection to do those kinds of levels of sinning without being in the establishment, meaning sold the soul to the devil. That's the establishment. The establishment wants Mitt Romney to win the election. So the establishment, you know, attacked Sarah Palin. You know, they moved to attack Ron Paul or put down any movement by the people. Because we live in an oligarchy. We do not live in a democracy or a free republic. We live in an oligarchy of dictated by special interest and the establishment. The establishment has their candidates on the left and the right. They don't really care if they lose elections. It's all about the balance of power. You are not in their club. Every one of those people sold their soul to the devil. Every single one. Period. Now, just because I've said that, automatically I'm not going to be invited to any cocktail parties with the establishment. I'm here to put the establishment on notice. Their architecture reflects their decision. They like the Washington Monument and the reflecting pool, which has got a specific occultic purpose. They like the architecture of the way Washington, D.C. is laid out. They like, you know, they like their traditions. The traditions of man are of the devil, not of man. Man has no tradition of his own. Man has no idea or thought in his head. If the devil wasn't around, you know, the fallen angels, they would still be throwing spears at each other, running around in a loincloth. And that's why the educational establishment, part of the same establishment, looks back on the noble savage as a good thing. If we could just get back to that pre-intervention time before the fallen angels messed with us and gave us technology to destroy ourselves and gave us the occult and masonry and all the rest of it and secret societies and knowledge and mathematics and science. And thank you, Satan. Thank you, Satan. Otherwise, the people would just be like lowly shepherds and Beto people, and you know, that's what it would be, you know. So you see, there's something good that came out of it. Well, I cannot condone it as something good. I can just simply say that it is what it is, that the human being was made into a fit extension for the fallen angels to use and the demonic realm to use, that when one is passed through to the other side, one gets an alien up his butt that takes over, you know. And I say alien, you know, euphemistically, quote, quote, you know, the demonic fallen angel realm, they get possessed. And they remain possessed the rest of their lives. And they do, they go to work and they function, they do everything fine, but when they call them to ritual, they immediately know just what to do, where to go, and when to do it. And they obediently just lay down and do it. The reason why, which is blasphemy of the Lord God, which also cancels, which ensures their complete, total annihilation, as if they never were, at the end of this cycle called this life. Now that's the truth, okay? That's the basic, horrific reality, or the truth that applies to this world in total, 100%, anywhere on the planet, anywhere you would go. This is the exact same reality that exists. If you're not part of that, then they will, Ezekiel 13:17, thank you, they will hunt you. Because they get rewarded for that. So therefore, Christian, real Christian, we have to say real there. We should probably put a TM sign, right? Trademark. Real Christian, TM, yeah? So they hunt you worldwide. If they can get one of yous, it's considered or they, will sabotage you or ruin your life or make sure you can't pay your bills or do something or pull the rug out from under you or mess with you in the hospital, do the wrong operation. And the reason for that is so that they can get credit, so that they, in all their wisdom, can boost themselves over all that dwells. Yes, that's the goal. They wish to use you to get their goal accomplished, so they will be very happy to see you. And they'll treat you very well on the way to your sacrifice. Yes, but it won't be like some theatrical drama, because the circle is the world. You see, it's the buildings and the streets and right? So it takes place on the plane and the classroom and right? It's all in the pentagram. And look, here's the thing. I can stand up here and repeat this over and over again, but you really need to get it. And that is that the world is not real. You may think it is. You may think it's got some reality to it. You may think that, oh my goodness, that, this is a lovely reality and God's going to make it great by making my life okay. So I'm going to keep hoping in Jesus and my life's going to be okay because I have hope in Jesus. And you're right. That's right. Hope in Jesus. That's right. Hope in Jesus. That's right. I'm not going to tell you don't hope in Jesus. Hope in Jesus. But what are you hoping for? I know a lot of people that are hoping to be rescued out of this horrible situation. Well, you're already rescued, Dorothy. Already. You could have always gone home. Home meaning your soul is no longer owned legally by the contract of the fall of man with the devil. So you're free. You're free. Oh, they'll hunt you, they'll persecute you, and they'll try to ruin your life, but your life isn't of this world. You've been delivered out of this world. If you could see the real Matrix the way it really is, not the Disneyland version that we get up to every day with our televisions and if you could see the way the world really is, organized, and how ugly it is, you would never, ever have wanted anything from it anyway. You would have just preferred to live in the wilderness. You would have never tried to have an apartment. You would have never tried to have an education. You would have never tried to have a book. You would have never tried to be part of anything. If you could really see what it is, believe me, you don't want any part of it. Unless you like inflicting pain and suffering on innocent people and beings, you wouldn't want any part of it. Unless you like inflicting pain on the earth, on innocent children, on innocent country, on people that did nothing wrong, to take the unless you want to see the brutal nature of this world, of what man has done, I should say more specifically, not the earth, but what man has done, you would not want any part of it. You would have just lived in the woods. So Jesus is just basically reminding you of that, taking you out of the system. You're still living in it, but you are no longer of it. Understand that. You're no longer of it. Okay? So you're living in the wilderness, even in your apartment in the city. You're still in the wilderness. They're still in the system. The system is an illusion or a virtual game. It's not real. The Bible cannot be read in time. It must be read as a living, breathing God, as the God who created all, living and breathing. That's what the Bible is. It's a representation, but it's also his life is in it. The great divide of the sheep and the goats is on. It's a literal spiritual divide that you will see now. The goats will go with the, watchers, the fallen angels. And the sheep will go with Yahweh. And, it was always meant to be that way because both are different species. And I'm sorry. I see a lot in common with humanity, but you will choose what you were made to choose. If you're a goat, you will choose the goat way. If you were made a sheep, you'll choose the sheep way. Why the two opposite kind of things are thrown into conflict with one another, I don't know, and it's not for me to know, and it's not for me to speculate, and it's not for me to complain about. No, I know I'm a part of this. As much as Yahweh is doing it, I'm doing it. So I'm with him, and I have a choice to do either good or evil. So I've come in here to do, some good, to wake people up. At first it was to wake people up of the satanic reality of your institutions and your countries and your governments and what they practice behind closed doors, which is despicable, and your institutions and your corporations and society and what conforming is and what the whole deal is and how that keeps us in a prison planet, that keeps us in a state of war, that keeps us divided. That's what conformity is. It actually divides. It keeps people it keeps people from seeing the truth. Now they become a useless automaton, a tool, of who? Of the devil, of the dark side, of the fallen angels, of the program, of the sleeping state, of the matrix, whatever you want to call it.
Here's the thing. I have certain empathic tendencies, and what it means is that I'm really, really sensitive to what's going on, and what's going on is nothing short of a mass, for lack of a better cliche, paradigm shift in consciousness, shift into this whole last gaggle of fear-mongering before X happens, pain and suffering of people unparalleled, terrible, awful things, and I feel that pain, and it incapacitates me, and people think, oh, look, he's messed up, he's incapacitated, screwed up, depressed, this and that, and actually that's not it. I feel the thing, happening, just like I have recently I pulled into a gang stalking situation, miles from home, random stop, needed an alignment on the truck. Interesting how the truck has, mechanics are so into the satanic. But anyway, this whole random kind of stop, and then it was coalesced with, and this is going to make me sound crazy, of course, it was coalesced with another situation in the spirit of other people miles and miles away, but it was all being coordinated as one thing, which I know people have a hard time understanding. But, I was able to detect and discern it before it even got started, get what I wanted out of it, and diffuse the situation, but I had to flee from the area because there were people in vans coming to try to, kidnap us or whatever. And I'm no stranger to that, but I mean, I was able to, light years ahead detect and discern it and make a move. And I've had to do that my whole life. So that's why I think the gift is there, but it becomes a curse when I'm hearing everyone's conversation in a mall, when I'm picking up on all the hurt feelings of the children, of the abuses, of the unfairness of the courts and the you know, the humanity, and the people that are actually starving and sinking low and depressed, the seniors who are really depressed and, you know, wondering what happened to their country, and their kids are, you know, and there's no help and there's no money, and there's, you know, just this sinking awful feeling of like the Titanic going down, everyone's dying. I'm just giving you this raw, this is how it is. So it you know, in things like that, and becoming incapacitated, unable to speak, unable to do, you know, which would make me like some sort of derelict, you know. I've looked at having, you know, a 2-hour-a-day talk show, and I'm still looking at that. And I'd have to make the decision, well, you'd have to see me in that state, you know, in that live state of raw craziness. And, you know, a lot of people don't understand, and you know how people are on the internet. They want to, you know, whatever they don't understand, they start throwing rocks at. And whatever is different from what they are doing, I know there's a good side to it. They throw rocks at. And, you know, so it's, you know, whatever threatens their little world, like especially Christians, fundamentalist Christians live in this kind of little world, and, you know, they're all around us on the internet. And, you know, then if you say something they don't understand, they'll go, oh, that's New Age. You're a New Age. He's really a Satanist. Oh, he's handled by, he's really a stealth satanic operative. You know, and, you know, and it goes on and on and on. And there are, you know, obviously people there to discredit anyone with the truth, so that no one knows what the truth is, because everyone says everything. Like I said last time, I dealt with the Christian spirit, the Christian demon. And Christianity has a huge demon. You know, it's basically Satan, but I mean, Christianity is run by this demon in general. And that's why I'm a follower of Yeshua, but I'm not a Christian in the sense of, you know, organized religion, or these people on the internet. You know, like I go by and say hello to them and they ignore me, because they're people, they have handlers, and Christians all have handlers. All the Christian leaders have handlers. I mean, that's the number one thing you have to know. And, you know, that have organized kind of ministries, and you go, oh, there's a real minister. Can you deliver me? Well, no, they can't deliver you. They cannot deliver you. But anyway, that being said, and the whole thing about the gang stalking and all that, yes, it goes on, and yes, it happens. What I'm aware of, you know, is the random going to a town and there they are waiting for you. I don't know that that gets addressed too much, but there's a reason for that. Or I was at an unrelated event, and then I went to point B, and they were like part of that unrelated event, like it was coordinated, you know, and then I'll go to another country, and there they are again, coordinating with these other two events, a third event in another country. This has happened to me my whole life, and I can tell you exactly what it is. We live in contiguous universes, sub-universes, multi-universes, and so forth. And all of this is orchestrated from another dimension outside this one. And gang stalking in particular, the perps don't know it, you know, what's operating them, you know what I mean? But I do, and they will manifest identically in France. Look, I had a guy in France. It happened in Sherman Oaks, California. Then I go to France, or rather Malibu, California, when I was there. And then I went to France to try to, you know, hawk this film I made down in Cannes. So I go to France, and I'm down in Nice or Cannes or somewhere in the south of France in a pizza place. And the guy just singles me out of nowhere. You know, it's just the typical gang stalking thing, out of the crowd. And there it's on again, and I had to flee that place, and then eventually I had to flee France because it was coming in, and the setup was on, and you know, the psychiatrist goes, no, you're paranoid, you need to be on medication. And it's like, no, this was a real event. People that know me know I'm not paranoid, but they know I have a gift, and that gift is prophetic, and what that means is that it, you know, any
okay, let's look back at the lives of the prophets, because I mean, they would appear crazy to normal society, because right, it's the same thing. But I mean, I can see the connection of it all, and I'm tying it. Don't worry, just be patient. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Here it comes. The time we're in right now. Okay, there's a disconnect with what was before a month ago, which is why you didn't hear from me. But oh yeah, you'd hear from them. They're just going to prattle on in the old paradigm that does you and me no good. Because I'm a listener too. See what I mean? I'm a listener along with you. I've always been a listener. I started with shortwave radio when I was a kid, you know, tuning in the distant airwaves, and I love that. And a musician and a music listener too, you know, and all that.
And he was gang stalked.
Yes.
And that was another thing we talked about, was that gang stalk would become the means of social control. You know, they've been practicing it for years, but now what we said was it was going to be, you know, everybody is going to probably have some experience with it. So you should get
It's horrible.
some knowledge about what it is and recognizing it when it's happening. And I know someone personally right now that I'm convinced has this going on, and there's going to be a snitch in every neighborhood. This funding, all this trillions of dollars that have disappeared, like I said, a great portion of that has been specifically designated to build up the spy infrastructure, to set up the gang stalking infrastructure on a mass scale, so that they've got lots and lots of money to hire lots and lots of thugs and operatives to keep everybody in line, because the resistance, the reactionary resistance to what's coming down the pike and what's happening now, you know, people are going to start going crazy, going to start being angry and wanting to resist and fight back. And there's going to be someone, you know, next door that's going to be reporting you your every move. I mean, it's a yucky, creepy time, and we, like I said, we're going to experience what it was like to live in the Soviet Union at the worst of its worst, when you could not trust anyone.
You know, this I just feel are the forces of darkness or the forces of tyranny. They're dictatorships. We can call it communism if you like, but I mean, behind that, it's the same people that have ruined all these different countries and tried to put people in human bondage forever. It's Pharaoh, you know. It's the KGB. It's you know, it's you know, I understand.
Yeah, communism they found was like the distillation of all of the previous ages' attempts at tyranny, and they found that by devising a social theory that could replace religion and give people a sense of being altruistic by fighting for the common good and the common man, they came up with a methodology in communism that is just a supreme battering ram in terms of wrecking any targeted civilization, and especially a Western.
Oh no, they're going to take it all down. I mean, here they've got the backing of the whole, like, Hispanic culture is behind, is with that, you know, because it means, and you know, you also have, so you have minorities in general who think it's like for the greater good, and
and it's going to be payback for their oppression, and this stuff's been
and
they've been stroking this for decades, and now it's coming to its fruition.
Now, let me hear me very carefully, all you Masons, and I know you tune in. We have a lot of the. Listen, you better switch sides, because let me explain something to you. Everything that you've been promised in your lodges in secret is going to be denied. Not only that, you will be cannon fodder, because they will start killing off their own to survive themselves. And, you know, the promises they promised you, they can't keep, so they're going to have. So instead, they're going to put a knife in your back, and so you might as well, you know, since you are, some of you, very spiritual, you think you're going to have to give up the secret brotherhood, because all they're going to do is, you know, as the Bible says, brother against brother, running each other through with the sword. That's what you're going to have. That's your fate, not a new world order, and certainly not any new Atlantis. This is the time
of the vengeance of the holy God, Yahweh,
Amen.
Elohim God. And he is going to avenge the blood that you and your buddies spilled to boost yourselves into political power, whatever else you, religious power, political power, institutional power. And that is going to be dashed from one end of this earth to the other without even hesitation. And on that day, don't find yourself begging for mercy. There is no mercy when you're talking about God protecting his children and avenging what's happened to his saints, his prophets, his workers, his people for thousands of years. In fact, you could say, Kunita, this entire system is built on the blood of the lambs.
It is. It is. And it's for the average person that is in it, and in it at the bottom, it's a giant Ponzi scheme. The only ones that reap anything are at the top. The ones at the bottom are simply cogs. They're used, misused, replaced, and your faith means nothing.
Nothing.
There's no love. There's no commitment. There's no anything. You're simply a tool, and your fate is to be known as a hologram. You'll be gone. You'll live as if you had never existed, because you threw away the only opportunity God has given you.
Yeah, you kind of did what maybe we did in another time.
Yeah.
You're doing now.
I think so. I think it's a repeat, Jeff. It's a repeat of the same thing, and I think the same thing is going to happen. And the Bible says the earth will wobble in its face, and I think it will. It will wobble under assault when the time comes, and God makes his final judgment here. And I think that time is right around the corner. I've seen visions of death on a scale that absolutely staggered me. For almost a week, I couldn't even talk about it. I finally began talking about it on the chat room, with Trish and some of the people. But it just, I know it's hard to separate the emotions when you see things like that, and it was difficult for me. Yeah, things are.
Well, people
are happening.
Yeah, people treated like garbage. The Lord wants us to take care of the meek and the poor and the fatherless. The widows and orphans, and
Yes.
and deliver the poor and the needy and rid them out of the hand of the wicked. Because see, the wicked system, Babylon, preys upon the poor. Look at the political thing now.
Yes.
It's preying upon the people that are in poverty, trying to get them to be useful idiots and vote with the, say, communist or socialist to overthrow these evil, and the people that are running those parties are the rich and wicked, satanic rich, and they're preying upon those people, and they're not.
But it's worse. It's worse than that, Jeff. They're not just preying upon them; they're farming them. It's almost as if we have encouraged this cycle of dependency. And these people are out there, and they're a part of a feeding frenzy that's being used by the political forces right now.
By the rich,
and,
by the
yes.
fabulously wealthy.
And they can't see it. It's as if they're a beef cow out there just waiting to be consumed. I mean, that's what they are.
And
they're being farmed. They're being tended.
As Brother Thomas,
they're not people.
As Brother Thomas said, as soon as they're used, as soon as they bow down, basically they're thrown out as cannon fodder.
Yeah.
They don't even last 2 seconds. It's not like they're going to get to be a rock star, a rocket scientist, or something like that. And of course, all that's for nothing. If you look at the lives of all rock stars, look how they all end in total misery, in depravity, misery, and death.
Yeah.
They get 5 minutes of whatever worship.
5 minutes of fame. Yeah.
5 minutes of which is really just being worshipped as a god, and then tossed out as crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was praying.
Most of them don't even get that far. Most of them are the mindless morons that we see as gang stalkers or followers, or that follow people that do other things that are just a part of the evil eye that tries to intimidate us by saying, "I can see you."
Yeah. Hey, I was in the store the other day getting some organic vegetation, and what comes on the air, and I ran this by a brother who confirmed that that was it's for you, and it was the song by Hall & Oates, "Private Eyes." Private eyes are private eyes are watching. Private eyes are watching you. Da 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 da. That old song, and I just started laughing. I said, what are the odds on this? Because they're playing completely different kind of like pop music, and they're not really playing, oldies but goodies. They're playing kind of, stuff that's out there around today. And then all of a sudden that comes up, and it gets my attention. I just start laughing. I just had to start laughing. I laugh whenever there's gang stalkers. I just start laughing.
And that aggravates them. That angers them because they're frustrated. They can't do anything because we know where the power is.
Oh, I'm just going to pray. They better watch out. I'm just going to pray at them, And my father, he's going to, if I bind them and forever, which I have the power to do, to bind their tongue and their minds forever. And I don't even have to do anything. If they even look upon me, that happens to them. So I'm like, pretty immune. I mean, unless you're really stupid. And I'm, just like a lot of you out there who used to be run around by all this, and now you find you're not. Okay, that, by the way, Kunita, that's one manifestation that you can all take to the bank right now. The game has changed. They're afraid of you now.
The rising of the lambs is about to happen. The rising of the lambs is in process right now.
See, they've seen what happens to their friends when they go against the children of the Most High. See, this is not the time for the children of the Most High to die and be tread upon. You guys missed your if you wanted to do that, you should have done that back in the old days. Today, it's no longer that time. If you gang stalk, you'll be marked for death, and that's it. You will just simply, it's the equivalent of going up to God and saying, I'm God, you're not. I mean, or some stupid thing like that. Or going up to, pulling on Superman's cape, as the late Jim Croce said.
Throwing down on God is what they're doing, and that's the ultimate moron.
the ultimate idiot. And so we laugh at you. We have to laugh. And, it's not funny. There are those of us who are, get tortured or, kidnap someone and torture them or, whatever criminal thing you do, but then that just becomes another witness against you. The eyes of God then see you doing that, and then you're marked for eternal damnation on that moment, and that's the end of it. Yeah. And then your own people will turn on you because, you got to keep your secret. You did criminality, and then it's like, well, someone's going to tell. I can't have that, so you start killing each other to get rid of the witnesses.
Well, that society is a cannibalistic society by its very nature, Jeff. That's the only way it can survive.
So, I don't know, what more we can say. But it's on, and what they don't really understand is that just these little loser people would be the ones that God manifests a lot of this through. I mean, who opens the seals? We do. They don't.
His power, in His name.
Right.
Yeah. That's why He put us here.
Well, I mean, He's in us.
Reinforce the verse you just read, Jeff. It brought to my mind in Revelation again. Revelation 22:11. He that is unjust, let him be unjust still. And he which is filthy, let him be filthy still. He which is righteous, let him be righteous still. And he that is holy, let him be holy still. There is a division, and they will not change.
Yeah, they won't change. So, I mean, but the thing is like I said, the people of God, and this is a call to the intellectuals out there. When I say that we do, what I mean is we're not passively watching like watching a movie. You see, and too many people think that that's what they're trying to discern, who the Antichrist is and what the time of the end, what's going to happen next, and going by the numbers and, and all that. And that's fine, but that's still passive behavior. In other words, God's out here somewhere doing something and you're watching. That's not it. The activation is when you realize the presence of God is within you and through you. This happens, which is supernatural, and you don't have a lot. You don't consciously go, I'm going to throw a big, thing of Yahweh on this. You don't. That's not what I mean. Or I'm going to open that seal. That's not what I mean. He does it through the meek, if you will, but the meek are then seen, and the world won't acknowledge this. The world will go, this Jesus. I mean, isn't he the guy from Nazareth? And can anything good come out of Nazareth? Now, this is a joke. These people, they can say whatever they want, but I mean, we have the military, we have this, we have the powerful witches, we can move stars around in the sky. I mean, what kind of ridiculous talk is that? They're obviously
my Lord created those stars in the sky.
And they don't move them, and they don't move them around. God moves things around. I know He can do that.
And he allows them, he's deceiving them in the sense he's letting them think they're doing something when they're not.
Yep. Yep. And, you know, that it brings back, you know, they look at us with disgust, that meekness. Meekness to them is shameful. What they don't realize is meekness is not weakness. The meek in the Lord have tremendous power, but they are under restraint. They are under obligation on that power. It isn't that we don't have power. It's that we use that power at the discretion of the Lord because it's His power. We don't just go out there and try and cause problems just on our own will. When the Lord tells us to move, when the Lord tells us to speak, we do so. But the power we use is God's power, and we use it at the behest of God. That's why we're meek. It's not because we lack the power. It's because...
No, it happens through us, though, in the sense that what I mean is look, it's not like a conscious thing. It's for example, okay, you bind a whole group of gang stalkers, but you're not going, you know, you don't have to, you can do that. But I mean, it happens through you, even if you're not aware of it. That's what I'm...
Mm-hmm.
You know, but as you said, there are times where we're moved to utter, as you just said, and we have to utter when He says utter.
I actually did that on a podcast. First time I'd ever done that about all this child stuff. I actually, in the name of the Lord, cast the words are coming away now. Oh, gee. Did you ever have one of those moments?
Yeah. No, what you were upset with the and moved in the spirit by the pen.
In the name of Jesus, I put the millstone on those people's necks.
Matthew 18:6.
Because that's what He said to do. Cast the millstone on those necks, and I did it. And I forecast everything they touch will fall to dust.
It will, and they're done. And that's another group that's done. And how many groups will be done? It would just go back to the pyramid where there's just the few at the top that finally have the remaining power, and the witches behind the scenes that are in concert, you know, the priestesses and whatnot that have the that tell the men what to do. People don't even
will their fall be?
People don't even realize that, you know, the world is like a matriarchy. It's hidden. You know, they don't realize that it's really an ancient kind of thing. But those people, those women behind the scenes, some of them might wake up, but what they have to understand is they've been played.
Yes.
Any powers that they think they have are not theirs. They were allowed to think that as a deception to them, as a condemnation of them.
They should read the end of Jezebel. They're going to have dogs licking their blood on the streets.
Yeah,
that's their end.
They fall from a high tower, and the dogs eat their flesh, and it's just, and I've seen every single one of them who thinks they have power. All these satanic queens and all this, I've seen them, and their end is horrific. There is no life without Jesus Christ. There is no Jesus in your life without repentance, and that means changing your direction. And that might mean changing jobs, changing
your whole life.
Yeah. Well, in many cases it does, because the people at work will consider you crazy. Some of you, your families, you young people who are tuning in, it will mean that maybe your parents will try to lock you up in an insane asylum.
It may.
I've seen that over and over again. I've seen that a lot, by the way. But, you know, basically, the asylum's not that big a deal. All you got to do is play the game. You know? Yeah,
give them the answers they want.
Just tell them what they want to hear, and you'll get out of there.
Yeah, it's kind of like going to college.
It's kind of like going to prison, but it's more in secret when they want to do bad things to you. But look, no, don't worry about that. Just like, don't be afraid of anything. Remember that the Lord God is the power Almighty, and He protects His lambs. And now you have the benefit of being in this time. The Lord protects His lambs. He's the one that brings in the Planet X or the Nibiru, whatever. He's the one that moves the stars around. He's the one that brings the earthquakes. That you may say, look what they did with those chemtrails. He's the one that has control over all that.
Yes, He does. And if we trust and we lean on Him and we walk with Him, His strength is on us. His power is within us, and His shield will cover us. And we need not worry. fear. Fear is the wedge that Satan uses to try and get a hold of us. There's no fear in the Lord. There's no fear in love.
That's right. And ultimately, it doesn't look like love on the surface, but when you get into it, you realize that he is the true love, and what we have here is hate. We call love hate and hate love. We have it backwards. Everything.
It's a whole new world, Jeff. It's a whole different vision of what life is all about.
Yeah.
When you meet the Lord, it can't help but change you. It just can't help it.
Amen. Well, I can't keep you anymore. I know that you have a divine appointment with the truck, and you must.
I've got to get ready to pick up my load.
You got to go. You got to do that, and then I pray that if anyone follows you, that they get convicted of the Holy Spirit and slain by the Holy Spirit, so that they may change for good.
I watched one of them the other night. I was coming home. It was still daylight, which is rare these days. And he was following me, and I could watch him. He was like 30 feet behind me, and I go slower than a lot of people. So it was on purpose that he was behind me, and he was like 20 to 30 miles. And then all of a sudden, as I was watching him, it's like he shook his head like, what am I doing? And all of a sudden, he buzzed out and went around me. It was almost like his mind was not even occupied, They were just forcing him to be there.
Yeah. I love to bust them up when they're like in the workplace, like in a market or something like that, or in a store, or like say at a Walmart. It's always great laboratory for spiritual warfare. And they start in like a group of them start like gaslighting you, a term from gang stalking. The gang stalking is just spiritual warfare 101. There's nothing scientific about it. I love to bust them up when they're like in the workplace, like in a market or something like that, or in a store, or like say at a Walmart. It's always great laboratory for spiritual warfare. And they start in like a group of them start like gaslighting you, a term from gang stalking. The gang stalking is just spiritual warfare 101. There's nothing scientific about it. But anyway, the thing is they start in, and then if you start, I promise you TIs out there, or you call yourselves TIs, when you are TIs, we're all TIs. But if they start in on you, try this. Just bust out, even if you have to be like an actor and fake it, and laughter, make some weird noise like that, and then go run around to where they are, where they're making noises and dropping things and bumping into you, and see what happens when you start laughing uncontrollably.
They hate it when you laugh at them.
Oh, it's unbelievable. They are scatter so fast. If you don't like that kind of thing, all you got to do is start laughing, and they just boom, gone.
Yeah.
And then when you're checking out the counter, they also know what was happening. The person at the counter knows too. So you start laughing. You go, hey, how you doing, sister? Great, nice day out there. Hey, wonderful. Yeah, it just keeps it's my future so bright. I got to wear shades or some off the cuff comment like that, and then just go waltzing out of there, just free as a bird.
Yeah.
And you've slain them all, and they're all like in the aisles bleeding.
They not only hate it, they envy you. They won't ever admit it, but they envy what we have. They're trying to get it in an artificial way. Yeah. But they understand to a certain extent what we have, and they envy it as well as fear it.
Well, that's
why they hate us.
They fear being seen. So when you behave in a manner that shows that you know what's going on, and you could care less, and in fact you're going to go ahead and another thing you can say is, look, you do that again, you realize my Father's Yahweh. Yes. You do realize that. You do realize my Father loves me.
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead.
And he has my back.
Yeah, and he's got my back. So, I mean, if you want to be that stupid to continue with that, go ahead. But I just want to warn you in advance, what you're dealing with. And if you get tagged, what we used to say tagged, now it's marked. Marked is a better word. If you get marked, that's being marked for death. You're done. And furthermore, the attachment you have to these people that you love so much, they'll turn on you once you're marked because they don't want the cooties on them.
Yes.
So
yes, because once you're tagged, your cover's blown.
That's it. And then they can't be friends with you anymore, so you might as well be, maybe it's God saving you. And so if that's you, that's been through that or was one of my persecutors or whatever, and you're marked, and you are. I know several people that are. You've got to give that thing up. I mean, unless you just want to drink yourself to death down in Mexico, sitting there in the condo and you know, with your school buddies. I know all those old school people listen in. You know, you have places to go in Aspen and Mexico and Hawaii, and you know, but when you go there, I see you're just sitting at the bar the whole time. What good is that? The palm trees, the oceans. You're at the bar all day, you know, trying to forget what you're doing.
So they've given up, Jeff. They've given up. They don't see any way out anymore. They don't realize that when you tag them, in a sense, also you're giving them like one last chance to repent.
It's a blessing. That's right.
It is. It's a blessing because they have that, but they don't see that. All they can see is the pain. All they can see is, I can't get what I want anymore. I failed, or whatever. Yeah. Then they respond in anger. They respond in fear.
Well,
they don't know how to respond in love because there is no love.
No, they don't have love on this earth. They don't. They have quid pro quo, and it's like, what have you done for me lately? And if you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, and that's the whole system.
That's what they have. Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That's all they have. That's a pitiful thing, but it is all they have.
Now, I think that you're starting to get the idea, as I've kind of cobbled this broadcast together, that there's a great deal of insight here that's well beyond anything that any of us have ever heard in the media, well beyond anything that's ever been analyzed by psychology or psychiatry or psychology, well beyond, you know, formal group rituals of this or that, or, you know, this Hollywood-esque kind of idea of Satanism and all this sensationalism. It goes beyond Rosemary's Baby and all that kind of Hollywood-esque stuff. You know, paranoia, gang stalking, hive mind, all those things, supernatural, witchcraft, controlling others. We get into the fundamental principle of feeders and feedees. Those who are fed upon, those who are set up as victims to take the fall, to hide the ones who are the elites, who are the hypocrites, who are the money grubbers, who are the ones who are doing the evil in society, and then foisting it upon those who don't have the ability to fend for themselves because they're children just wanting their parents' love and keep seeking it over and over again, sometimes throughout their lifetime, but then being manipulated through that desire to take the fall in order to deflect the guilt from the guilty to the innocent. Do you understand? Is that about as clear as it could be put in a general way? And I've seen some cruelty that you have no idea. The cruelty of, you know, murdering your children, I suppose, that nothing goes beyond that. But I've seen that. And then the children be blamed after they die. But, I mean, I know one guy that jumped off a building because he couldn't get his mother's love, because she was cold. And when he did, he said something like either something to his mother upon doing his Geronimo leap from the building, and he leapt to his death. And then the mother was seen as a martyr and a victim, and all society had sympathy for her, but she was an ice queen. She restricted her love. He couldn't get it. He was driven mad by it, and he killed himself because he couldn't amount to anything in society, because when a mother denies her love, it automatically ensures that the child will not be able to, especially if it's a game, you know, if it has structure to it, that child will not be able to amount to anything, not be able to be independent, and so he leaps to his death. Knowing that he was a sacrificial victim of his mother, who was a Satanist witch, who is a member of the Junior League, of every charity in LA, the Realtors Association, sold houses in Beverly Hills, and so forth and so on. No one would suspect that this woman would have done this to her son. And I want to take it even a step further. I don't think she could help herself or even was totally aware of what she was doing. It was just a dynamic in the relationship, and she couldn't help it because she could do it.
It gave her power. It gave her psychic power, personal power. It was like a drug. It made her high. And then when he died, she got to blame it all on him, and then she got a big pop out of that. But there's nobody home. She had sold her soul to Satan early on as a child. There was nobody to receive that power or to receive the gift for the denial of love and destroying one's child, then having the sympathy of society that, oh, isn't that awful how awful your son was. Yeah, I remember that incident, and I remember my own parents telling me about the incident, and I remember how they had sympathy for the mother, and I didn't understand. You know, it never really rested with me. I spent 50 years figuring this out. What most shrinks could never figure out, I have figured out, because I understand this dimension of feeding. You see, it's completely legal. Nobody, no one. Well, I started with the example of Elisha and the child because I just wanted you to see that nothing is impossible. In other words, that child, and let's face it, I'm using child here as a metaphor. A child means anyone or any adult. No, you will not interrupt me. Trish will take care of it. Anyone or any child, any adult who has been kept in a childlike state because of something like that can be revived by the Lord. Remember this: if your mother and father forsake you, I, the Lord, will never forsake you. Usually when a parent behaves in such a way, no, I'm not dealing with the dogs. Usually when the parent behaves in such a way, they themselves were victims of abuse. And in the case that I am very familiar with, generational abuse and tremendous sick abuse was an institutionalized thing, completely covered by society. Nobody would ever suspect these good men and women of being so wicked. And the weak, the lambs among them, all become the bad guys. The ones whose reputations are ruined, the drug users, the losers, the dropouts. I assure you, my friends, they did not deserve that rap in many cases. In some they do. But I mean, in most cases, they don't deserve it. They were driven to it because they were the wrong sort of person. They were not, you know, they were seen as, oh, a lamb, oh good, we get to pile on and ruin that life and suck it up, and we all win. Remember in Proverbs 1, we share one purse when we destroy one's life. We wait privily for them to stumble. We set a trap for them to fall into, and then suck off the energy. And then we go back to the PTA, the Junior League, the Cancer Society, being a trustee of University of Southern California, you know, being a lawyer, being a prominent, you know what I'm saying? Well, these are things I know, you know, icons. Oh, I'm going to unfold the whole thing one day, but it's going to be, it will be a big thing. I'm just giving you the fruit of my knowledge here. So in other words, this dynamic that is working in these families, America's deepest, darkest secret, that determines who are winners and who are losers, who is completely in cahoots and entwined with Satan, that makes sure that all pure hearts and earnest ones are destroyed, and all the ones that should not live and become honchos. And no one's the wiser, because when somebody acts up, it's their fault, and the finger of blame goes on them, and the finger of sympathy and the hand of sympathy rests upon the perpetrators and criminals who would feed on, not just sell out their own children, but destroy and kill their own children. I'm aware of a funeral where one mother's child died. He was a loser. So she's crying, and she looks over at someone after the funeral. Tears are all dried up. She starts smiling and laughing, mocking, and says to this person, "How did I do?" Regarding how were those crocodile tears? Were those convincing? How was I as an actor? And it was just like that, on that level. They say that revenge is sweetest when it's a betrayal. In other words, when someone has your confidence and you reel them in, and you think, and you're giving them a form of love and friendship and camaraderie, and then the knife comes out, and then the poison is put in the food, and then the person goes down, and then, oh, it's that person's fault, and the perpetrators never get caught, and life goes on. These are the murderers of our society. This happens daily. I know several incidents of this, and several Jezebel parents who helped facilitate this. We were recounting testimony yesterday, and I laid some personal testimony on John about what they did to me in the film, with a film that I made independently, and how they turned me into the IRS for having, which was, we were innocent, but I turned us in. They put a $500,000 fine on us and booked us into tax court and said they were going to throw us in jail. And then SAG fined us for $30,000. They put us out of business, and I had to turn the film over, the copyright over, to a company to distribute. They made money, distributed all over the world, put it on television, rental, whatnot. We were shafted. See, here was the thing. The IRS got involved because someone engineered it. Someone betrayed us. We were finally acquitted of everything after about 5 or 6 years, Trish? Anyway, the net result was no more film business, no more production, no more. I was broken I jumped into drugs and alcohol like nobody's business. I wanted to die. I hit bottom eventually. All the people surrounding me were jackals, just pushing me off the cliff a little more and a little more. And it was in that context of things, of being suicidal for years. I mean, really, really trying to kill myself with all that, because of what happened with the film, because of what happened in my career, because I had been a writer and whatnot. It was completely ended. And like I say, unbelievable unfairness to the extent that it's not even humanly possible to even think along those lines of a conspiracy that tight, that organized. But I was so broken, I literally just wanted to die every day. Every day I just wake up and slam a bottle of vodka and snort crank and do, Vicodins, and I didn't care. Just anything, just like that. Didn't care. You ruined me. I'm wrecked. People laughing, serves you right. And along that time, and like I say, surrounded by jackals who just kept pushing me further over and trying to control my mind and trying to get me to self-destruct in front of them for their own orgasmic happiness. And so all that perversion's going on. Then, at long last, approaching death, beyond myself, broken to a million pieces, broken so far that no one could be broken again, broken beyond suicide, drug, everything, nothing helped, everything was against me, everything. Oh, on top of that, surviving, count them, 2 poisonings by my own family, figuring that this is the time to bump them off and make the family restored again. In other words, the Black Widow wins. And at that point, Yahweh lifted me up. I cried out to him. I said, you know what? I'm all out of moves. I'm so ashamed. I'm so absolutely ashamed at that even though I didn't do any of this stuff, I mean, most of it was done to me. I'm ashamed that I'm the kind of person that deserves this kind of treatment. I'm ashamed I was ever born, Lord. I'm ashamed I ever drew breath in the first place. I don't want to bother anyone. If I'm not supposed to be here, Lord, just please take me out of here. Kill me, please, right now. Please. I'm sorry I put a footprint on your earth. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I ever had a thought. I'm sorry I ever even considered the idea of attempting to be happy or something. I'm sorry I even intruded upon your precious world. And then, of course, I understood. I understood. Slowly, I understood. He said, "You're very damaged." That was one of the first words I received. He was consciously picking me up, and then the next thing I know, he's looking through my eyes, and he's completely possessed me with his spirit. And I was just completely open. I was so broken that I'm still broken, that I never attempted to ply any trade as producer, because they told me, "You ever try to produce anything again, you jerk, we'll break you into a billion pieces next time. You sit there, you be in jail, you be a bum, and you never raise your head again, ever. I will kill you." Well, they tried to kill me anyway, even hiding out in New Mexico. Yeah, luring me out to LA. That was great. So, most of my problem is I was just naive and stupid. Because I thought, that, the hard work and, a good project and a good work and good writing and good, applying the craft and practice. I worked hard. I worked real hard for 15, 20 years. Really hard. Really hard. I would go from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Daily. You put me on a project, I wouldn't let it go until it was done and turned into the producers on time and to the best of my ability. I had no idea that the boot that was on my head preventing me from any kind of rise was there because of Satan and this evil system. I had no idea through the 90s, let's say, and the 80s. The bulk of my writing began in 84 through, 99, let's say. So 15 years or so. I had no idea that there was this thing there. That's how, because when I was 18, at the Menninger Foundation, the program they had me on was to reinforce the idea that there is no such thing as Satanism or aliens. And there is no conspiracy of people trying to gang stalk you or follow you. See what I mean? And all that was just paranoid hallucination from you taking drugs or LSD or whatever you did in your youth in the hippie culture. That's just a backlash from that. There's nothing like that going on. So I was convinced that there wasn't any kind of system or anything like that during the whole time, because I was conditioned over years, and it was by psychiatrists and people to say that nothing like that exists. And so I thought whenever eventually I had panic attacks. Yeah, 1984 I had panic attacks, and that's what kind of drove me into the screenwriting, because I was trying to go back to school after all this and trying to regain my life, but I was not allowed to finish school. They started in. But in my mind I was saying, no, that doesn't exist, but then it became panic attacks, and I couldn't leave the house. I didn't understand what was wrong with me, because I would not factor in anything like this ever existing. Therefore, they could just kick me all over the field and have fun with me. They didn't understand I had been handicapped earlier. Anyway, that part of the testimony people probably didn't hear. And all the people around, the evil producers, and I still see them online. They look absolutely miserable. But yeah, all I can say to them now is, was that fun? You have fun with me? You enjoy me? You enjoy doing that to me? You have fun? I enjoy wrecking my life? Well, good. Because now it's your turn. Let's see how you like it. Because that led me to the thing. The Lord woke me up in the middle of the night to tell me what's going to happen in this country, and showed me, and I have to get a couple more confirmations. Oh my God, you don't want to know.
I would say that for every man, woman, and child out there right now, best thing you can do, you can live it up off the cliff, eating, drinking, giving to marriage, that's fine. But when it comes, and it will be soon, it will never be okay again the rest of your lives. If you live, which many of you won't. Holy crap. This is a big vision, big word. Don't have it confirmed yet, but I have specificity on it. And I'm sure that I'm just not the kind of person that goes off. You know, I used to go off, I'd hear something, and I go, hey, this is what the Lord showed. You know, I don't tend to do that. But it's much bigger than Alex Jones even envisions. I'll just put it that way. And the Lord told me, this is my justice. This is a measured response. It's well deserved and overdue. And the earth is going to be set right again. Don't you worry. And this is more incomprehensible to me. And during this time, I will protect my lamb. So when I say you might not make it, whatever, I don't mean that necessarily you're going to die like them. I'm talking translation. You know, that's what I get. I got not now, and I have soon, but I have translation. From what? From that, and it's about all I can say. It's just horrific. In other words, everything that I told you about my testimony, this organized evil, and I used to go to the church. I said, you know, it's like there's this conspiracy against me, and you need to go, you need these drugs, and you know what I mean? And I was handled like that. There's nothing, that sounds like crazy thinking to me. When they all knew it wasn't. I was the biggest fool, biggest baby you ever saw. I was just like, you know, incapable of any kind of functionality after I got out. Because I'd been, you know, dealt with by these shrinks and all these people since I was a teenager. So I'd been really separated from the world for a good, you know, 5 to 7 years or so before I was out again. You know, and in various programs and whatnot. The whole idea was I started squawking about satanic rituals in Beverly Hills and whatnot, and pedophilia and murders and things like that of friends of mine. And of course, then at that point, boom, I got locked up. You know, they had to just shut that off quick. And I was supposed to be killed, you know, as a, you know, sacrifice like the rest of them. But somehow in the institutional environment, I kept trying to do a good job. I wanted to, you know, I apologized to my parents for being such a lousy son. I've apologized to my mother every day of my life for being such a horrible person. I apologize right now, Mom. I'm a horrible, horrible, awful person. Just terrible. You know? And I wouldn't die on cue like you wanted, so you could have evened up the book, so you could have gotten whatever. You already got my brother. You got my father, and then you wanted me. I'm so sorry. I'm such a lousy son, I wouldn't die. I'm so sorry. I'm a lousy son, I wouldn't die for you. Literally. Because I don't consider the spiritual death they go through. A literal death, I consider that to be cosmic, eternal, never were here before death. So, the way I look at it, God is my mother and father. Period! Once your mother or father tries to kill you, you're off the hook, dude. When it gets to that point, you're free. You're right. That's the end of your duties there. You move on with the Lord. And I know that my own testimony isn't any worse than anybody else. You know, I know it's, you know, what it is very entertaining. And it's, you know, filled with all the only kind of thing that, you know, with big kind of dramatic soap opera-esque kind of details that are juicy, which makes it interesting that in that the Lord can use that to help people decide for Jesus Christ. Because you see, that's the only way out of this. Because everything that happened to me, including all those people like driving down Sunset Boulevard at 3 in the morning and having all these people at the end of their driveway looking at me and pointing at me, and that was written in the first few pages of this script society I was writing in secret. That was taken out later by this idiot producer and this idiot director who tried to make it a goofball thing because they couldn't be literal. I hope maybe one day I'll find that original script and publish it and show that it was actually a thriller. It wasn't some goofball, stupid, horribly directed, lousy acting horror movie. But anyway, that guy was an Aleister Crowleyite, Brian Usna. He was just a lousy, exploitational, you know, would shaft writers and shaft people, take advantage. and was definitely a liar and a just an evil. I would just say just an evil person that had no feeling for anyone but himself. Totally selfish. Typical successful independent horror producer in Hollywood, and who loved to pit me against somebody else, another writer, and have us, divide and conquer, and then favor one over the other, and just a sick person who knew the whole situation with me and exploited me totally, and then of course trashed me. But I mean, what she does to everybody. We call him Abusna, Brian Abusna, rather than Usna. We call him Abusna because everyone got abused by this idiot. Well, he's, I still have compassion. I hope he chooses God and not Aleister Crowley, which was his God. That was his thing. Crowley and whatever. And he had this little faux family and had this little false wife, this little Jezebel wife, and this stupid little family structure. But they weren't monogamous. There was no family. It was the typical thing. But I was in the middle of it, and it was unreal. I was handicapped by the fact that I had just come from, being institutionalized, and then in LA, and then panic attacks. I was trying to go back to school, and panic attacks. I finally went into writing, and then eventually wound up with these kind of producers, these schlockmeisters. And, I don't know. I look back on it, and I think, yeah, I did have some divine protection, but I just look back on it like, it was so... I could see how they tried to drive me to suicide too, and they would have relished in that. They would have loved that had they caused me to suicide. I think they would have applauded that one. That's the impression I got looking back on it now, back in those years. And I don't consider it a waste of time, but it was part of the whole discrediting of the script and everything, that go in and intentionally try to ruin it and goof it up and make it stupid. And then on a DVD later, on a re-release, the guy's saying, I'm not a writer, and calling me. And I was like, you look at my version of the script, and you would have seen it was a brilliant script. That's all I can say. It was polished, honed, good story, etc. He made it into something goofy and stupid. And then he calls me, and of course he would call any good writer a bad writer, because he's a bad writer, because he can't do it. So whatever. So he's in Schlockmeisterville making these C movies, lousy product. You know what I mean? The slasher movies, the stuff that you see them bundled together at Walmart. That kind of guy. Anyway, Schlockmeister. Yeah. So that's kind of like the realm I ended up with. And a lot of these guys also are in the porno industry. So they're producing porn and slasher movies. And I was in that milieu, and I was still believing there wasn't anything like this satanic thing. I just didn't believe it. So I was trying to operate and deal as an honest dealer, okay, I'm here to do, I didn't realize there was this other thing going on, because had been brainwashed to never see anything like that, to make sure that I would never think that was possible, because then I was guaranteed to be punished again. So, it was built into through behavior modification. So I didn't have my wits about me or discernment, because it was beaten out of me by the system, to think there's nothing like that. And then I thought, you do a good job, and you work hard, and it works out. That's what people told me. But it didn't. Hard work, diligence, dedication, those were pissed on. It was the corruption and playing the game and everything that got you up the ladder. Not hard work and dedication. Not honesty and integrity. Such a loser. I am such a loser. So naive, so stupid, and such a loser. That's the only. But it wasn't intentional. It was because something had happened earlier that blinded me, or that made me stupid and made me naive. That time, I think I had multiple personalities, and I was unaware of that I was being handled and controlled, and completely unaware that there was this thing existing. In fact, I'm still unaware of it. I'm still pretty much unaware of it. I don't mean to make this whole first thing about me. It's just this came blurting out. I got shell shocked from and quit writing and quit producing, and that last film thing, that experience with the IRS and jail and being bankrupted and all that stuff, and then went through a divorce and had to, at one point I just had whatever I had left in gold coins, and they all laughed. They all thought that was funny, and then gang stalked, and then cameras put in the house, and people followed me. They started, all that cyber stalking and kind of satellite weaponry stalking and microwaving, and then following and street theater and gaslighting. All that was going on at the same time, right there toward the end, all leading up to the Lord, taking me and then rescuing us and taking us out of Los Angeles. It's just a hellacious thing, and so most of the stuff that I talk about, and then from earlier in my life when I knew this is coming from a family that was like in the same society, in the same circles as Louis B. Mayer and these various people that owned studios and the movers and shakers of LA, the people that made the movies, the people that made the industry. And here I am in since the loony bin, I was in, off to it, just awful. And then I was supposed to die, to not be an embarrassment. To not be an embarrassment, I would have had to have, say, written for MGM or something, or, you know what I mean? I would have had to have been in the game. I would have had, and then I could have maybe redeemed myself. But I didn't know there was a game because I was told there wasn't, and brainwashed to that extent through conditioning over several years. So there was no way. Now let's look at it from the perspective of Yahweh. Okay, so in other words, that brainwashing protected me from becoming one of them. I'm just here marveling at it because you'll never hear another person that's had that experience say the testimony. You'll never hear anything quite like this. You'll never. The conundrum I was in was so specific and had said, I really should go into it. I mean, I don't mean, it's not self-regarding because it's almost like I'm talking about another person, but the idea that there'd be this double bind, this conditioning, and then letting you loose in society, and then not seeing the other thing because of the prior trauma-based mind control conditioning that was done, through torture and drugs and conditioning and talking and, and then whenever I would get upset, when there'd be some kind of dissonance with reality, then one of them would call me up and someone would put me back in, oh, okay, it's okay then. It's nothing like that's really going on, right? No, of course not. You're just kind of regressing. You need to do some more medication and go to group therapy, and it's going to be okay. But no, there's nothing like that going on. Life is just the way you perceive it. When you're not, a lot of damage was obviously done to you, and from drugs and things, and you never really shook that paranoia. It's just, and then I went to the churches for help, and they told me the same thing. There's nothing like that going on. There really is, I said, well, I thought you guys were against Satan, and it's like, yeah, but that's more of kind of a, we don't really, nobody would help. I couldn't get help. No one would tell me, and then I realized why my friends were killed, because, you see the situation. You see the conundrum. You can't have someone like that get out and then go into society, They're better off dead. They don't suffer then. And that's the reasoning there. At least that's what they tell themselves to make themselves feel better. The horse is lame, you shoot it. Then it doesn't have to suffer. If it can't walk, it can't run, you shoot it. And this is exactly the opposite situation that I wanted to find myself in. And I never wanted to be talking about what I'm talking about today, ever. I never wanted it to finally be this. But it is. And so I look at it, and I look at it honestly, and I just say, I got nothing to hide. I'm naked before you, Lord. I'm completely butt naked. This is it. This is my life. This is what happened. A lot of people blame me for not playing the game, but they didn't understand what happened before. It's like I didn't know I was conditioned that it doesn't ever exist, ever, never, under any circumstances does it ever exist. There was no one in the house. There was no one that day. There was no ritual going on. They didn't try to get you. Nothing like that ever happened. Did it? No, sir. Okay, well then you can go now. So when things like that crept in here and there and around, I couldn't deal with it. I had panic attacks. I had to go, run and hide because it was counter to the reality that I was inculcated with, that I was mind controlled with, that I was brainwashed with. It was not, could not be real. It could not be faced, Then eventually I was told that my mother told me, well, you should just spend the rest of your life in the institution. That would be better for you. You shouldn't be walking around on your own. I don't deny the existence of angels, and I don't deny the fact that they're walking around among us. That is totally scriptural and biblical, and as Paul said, entertain strangers because you just may have entertained angels unaware, that you may have fed angels. There's a lot of them walking around that volunteered for this. My father one time said that my denial of all this was being a coward, i.e. not joining in all the fun. And I told him, fuck you. You're with the devil. You're with the aliens. They're coming into the house. They're flying around the house. They're following me on Sunset Boulevard. They're, all this stuff. And it all leads back to like the CIA, you, the psychiatrist, Jolyon West at NPI, and all these other people. And I had this whole, and then in Beverly Hills and LA and the LA Pedophile Society and the Mafia and the whole damn thing. And I see it now. Oh yeah, I was around during that. And that, I was around being handled by the people I mentioned. See what I mean? And they told me, and very delicate, disturbing situation for them, because it was like either you're an institution for the rest of your life, or you have to have handlers around you to make sure that when you start getting upset and seeing the truth, that they put you back in your box, which is what I had. So you're just treated like a baby. And that's very expensive to keep that kind of thing going. Hence, wish you were never born. Hence, you would have been great as a sacrifice. We, as Art Bell said, we laugh at the lambs. He might as well said we, because he said the Satanist friends that I know. He said the Satanists that I know, but obviously you can't know Satanists unless you're one yourself. He said they laugh at the lambs, meaning we, Art Bell, laugh at the lambs. Meaning I am with the devil, but I'm never going to say that on the air. And then, of course, after he did all that, then soon thereafter, he had various tragedies after being such a jackass on the air. I mean, tremendous tragedies. His wife died. He got thrown out of the radio, left, retired, and hiding out, married some teenage girl, whatever, just weird stuff, moved out of the country, just gone. They now play little replays of him from the glorious past. But how glorious could it be if he was a Satanist the whole time? Not at all. And he just got really angry at me, but he didn't realize I'd already paid my due. I'd already been through all this. So when he tried to abuse me, and Coast to Coast tried to abuse me, they were running into someone who was salty. I'll be talking about that in the next hour. Who was salty. Someone who had some salt. I've been through this. I've been through that. It's not going to bother me. You attack me. You invite me on you treat me like Carrie. You tell me I'm the queen of the ball just to drop pig's blood and humiliate me in front of everyone else. Same thing. You invite me on like I'm someone you want on Coast to Coast, but it was only to humiliate me in front of 20 million people. Well, that didn't shame me anymore. That didn't work, you bully. I'm still standing thanks to Yahweh Elohim God. I got more close with him. I'm closer to him than just about anyone I know. The people I know that are close with him, of course, it's the same as with me. But I got real close because of all this. It brought me closer than most human beings ever get. I've had my time of hell, since childhood on. And the only difference between me and Todd or Mark or some of these other ones that were my best friends is I must have just been stronger than them, or just had a different destiny. Or maybe I had certain strengths, or maybe it was just because I split into a million pieces that I was able to hang on, or just circumstances that I had that they didn't have. Anyway, at the end of the day, what's my conclusion? How dare they? How dare they bring that stuff into God's temple? How dare they attempt to run God's temple? How dare they throw me out of God's sanctuary? And people like me. How dare they? I brought the good tidings of the Lord. I brought the goodness of God to the churches. I was there to sing and praise and worship. I wanted no trouble. I was also there to prophesy, though, to be honest. And that's the thing that they finally said, yes, it exists, Zeph. Talked about Calvary Chapel the next hour, but I was told from the higher ups it exists here by an FBI agent who was undercover at Calvary, and he was hired by them by Chuck Smith and Company, this FBI agent, to keep tabs on. Well, because the government is involved with the churches, so when you have a big mega church, you have the FBI involved, and they keep secret dossiers on everyone who goes there. And then in the spirit, I was told he was FBI, and I mentioned, you're FBI, and the next thing you know, he was shipped out that day. The next day, he was giving his goodbyes to the church. And he went to another church where he's going to keep, and he told me the whole thing. He said he showed me that the same thing that they told me didn't exist, did exist, happening right there. And no, Calvary's no different than all the rest of them. If it's there and in all the 30, 40,000 branches, it's in all of them. The tree is corrupt from the root. Imagine old Chuck Smith saying, I'm saved by grace, and the Lord says, depart from me, I never knew you. All he has to do is look at one person, me, and what happened to me there, and say, is this what you're proud of, Chucky? And how about this guy? And we knew there were others, because the pastor said, there's another one in the other class, in the Bible class. And I got to know, and then there was another one, this Jewish kid, and I saw there was a couple others. They were working on him. They all wound up being kicked out. They were just there because the Lord had called them. They meant no harm. They only meant to bless. I don't know how many of them committed suicide, probably quite a few, but Chuck's got a lot of blood on his hands. Yeah, kicking the Lord's people out and embracing the satanic, and then saying it doesn't exist, and then having worship and praise and ministries and outreach and missions to Israel and India and various places, all and conservative politics and and going against Harry Potter and all that, and yeah, you're a good guy, huh? But at the end of the day, we both know what really happened. I live to tell. I survived you to tell about your church. I survived what you did to me to tell the world about what really goes on, even though others don't survive. And that's why you don't hear anything, because They go here, they go there. They're handled by parents and family and other people and friends and church and this and that, and they just become sidelined. You know, they don't have it. It just never comes forth. It gets buried. No, I'm not disgruntled. I found it to be entirely boring, and I hated their doctrines of man in there. And, you know, they were, and I hated how they after 9/11, they were all just worshiping Bush and the Patriot Act and everything else. They're just awful. You know, I could see them just giving the chip out at Calvary. You know, just come here to get your vaccine and your chip, you know. But again, same thing with Grace Church of John MacArthur, same thing with Saddleback with Rick Warren, the same thing with, I could just go on down the list. Oh, the Crystal Cathedral. Oh my God, TBN, biggest pedophiles on earth. Come on. Let's just put it on the table, the real truth. That's what I did with my mother. I put it all out on the table. Ruined everything forever. But at least I said something. I wasn't just a victim going into death. At least I fought back a little bit. You know? And at the end of the day, that gave me back some self-respect. That is the Zeph Report. That gave me something back to where, added some meaning back in my life where I had nothing. I was supposed to just commit suicide. After that whole IRS thing, I wasn't supposed to get Jesus. There wasn't supposed to be redemption. There wasn't supposed to be a restoration. There wasn't supposed to be walking around saying the truth and now unafraid. There isn't supposed to be that. And these podcasts, oh, you download them. Download them. Someday they'll all be underground, but you know what? They will never disappear. And I told the truth. You know, like Johnny Kleck goes, no lying. Yep, I told the truth to the best of my ability. You know, and at times when I began, I was still, you know, messed up. And I hate to use the F word, but I was fucked up. I mean, because I want to have these shows on. Maybe Frankie can edit out the F word. Maybe I should edit it out. I don't know. But yeah, I was shell-shocked, so I never produced anything again, you know, and it was a big step to kind of go into music because, you know, whether it's writing screenplays or directing a film or producing a film or something, you know, you're dealing with music as well. So, I mean, music was my first love. And so when the Lord gave me music back in 2006, I was like, I was afraid because, you know, it was production again, you know, but that's what I was meant to do. That was my gift. So, you know, so music is the production, you know, so that's the path I'm on, you know, and sound, producing podcasts, music and sound is, you know, more my thing than, I don't like editing. After I directed a couple of films and produced them and all that, I didn't want to do it again, not because it didn't work out, but I didn't like the editing process of image. I like sound, you know, and always have, and that's always been my thing, you know. Deep sounds like drums and ambient sounds and music and choruses and verses and bridges and, you know, and Beethoven and, you know, and electronica and, you know, all kinds of stuff, you know, film scores I love, and you know, that's always been my thing. So he gave that to me in 2006, and you know, it's taken me a few years to hone my skills, but now my ears are still perfect, you know, I have perfect pitch. So I can't sing perfect pitch, but I have perfect pitch meaning hearing. I can hear, you know, I know, it's hard to explain what I mean by that, but if I hear someone's voice, I know exactly who they are. If I hear a thing, I have very acute hearing, you know, very accurate ears. And so, you know, yeah, going into the mixing room and going into production and being in the studio, that was what cut my teeth on that. That's what I'm meant to do. So, you know, but it'd been, you know, doing it in the home studio so long. And now I'm no longer, I guess, traumatized by what happened. It's just incredible how, you know, SAG, the IRS, and all these events occurred like ding to ding to ding to ding. They were so supernaturally structured, that they scared the hell out of me and, you know, traumatized me to the point where okay, I'll never do that again, you know, and almost shut down completely. And, you know, and also the walls went up, but with Christian music and all that, and Christian films and Christian fiction and you know, and all that. I saw the same walls of Hollywood, you know, same thing that happened, go up there. So that's how I knew that Christian fiction, people like the people that wrote Left Behind, they're fakes. I knew that because I went to their agent, I went to them, I went to the author, one of the authors of Left Behind, not Tim LaHaye, but the other guy, Jerry Jenkins. I went to him and I just begged him for help. I said, please read 2 pages of this. And wall, you're not in our country club. Wall, boom, 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 wall, 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 wall. I went to Lynn Marzulli, who had a contract with Zondervan, who I'd broken bread with in L.A. You know, wall, bing, bing, bing. No, I don't want to have anything to do with you. You're a lamb. You're evil. You're awful. You just go off and die. That was his attitude toward me. Go off and die. You're a loser. It still blows my mind when people quote him as being like some real guy. He's not, brethren. He never has been. And he admitted that when I had lunch with him at Jerry's Deli in L.A. Bottom of Topanga Canyon and Ventura Boulevard. He had to drive down from his little hovel in Malibu. Yeah. We acknowledged right there that was the deal. You know, it was acknowledged. But I couldn't accept it because I didn't want there to be a difference between him and me. But he acknowledged that there was, and threw the wall up, the same wall of Hollywood and everything else. I didn't want to acknowledge that. I didn't want to see that. I didn't want to know that, because he was touting and pushing himself off as some big-time Christian, along with his buddy Bill Myers, another big-time Christian author who's in your bookstores. Bill Myers, look him up. He's written 1,000 books. And I asked him to help me. I met him, and he sold me off to Marzulli. He said, oh, you have to talk to me. Every day he called me and he said, have you called Marzulli yet? Well, finally I did, you know. So he that was his mission, being handled, controlled, one thing after the other. Enter in the Tom Horns and all the others, and they're all in the same boat. The Stan Deos, all of them. What's going on here? These people are beyond reproach on Coast to Coast. This is weird. I don't feel well because I just wanted to help. What? It through no fault of my own. I didn't do anything wrong. Why am I the pariah? What did I do? You don't have a ranking with me, Satan. You don't have. You should have been here in the first place. So I'm just going to torture you to death. And I'm going to use Christians to do it. Well, old devil, my buddy, guess what? You picked the wrong guy. You picked the wrong spirit. You picked the wrong venue. You picked the wrong day to do that, because I'm still here. And I've gone to the buzzer, and now I've stepped off the bull. Now Yahweh gets to do what he wanted to do. It's something like that. I can't exactly explain it perfectly, but there was some kind of Job kind of bet going on there with me and the devil and God, okay?
Now, you ask, why is this all happening? Because it's a global push and purge to bring about the religion of Lucifer. See, they don't believe in no God. They have a God, it's Lucifer, but they say they're atheists, but that's not true. And they say that if we could just get rid of them, any who oppose, we could all be connected and we'll all prosper. Just like you prosper when you sell out to the other side, you get a pop, right? But then you find out that you don't get another pop until you do something bad to someone else. Then by doing bad things, you get more pops, and that's how people become celebrities. Unfortunately, whether it's in any field, whatever. or at the very least, you've got to be one of us and connected to the family of Lucifer, the family of the world family, which all the churches are, no problem, all the religions are, so that you can prosper, so that you can, and the objection is, you mean you'd be objecting of that, of putting food on your table, and I'd say, who told you Lucifer was your provider? Who told you Satan was your provider? Where did you get this cockamamie idea in your head? Why did you get that idea? But now, anyone that threatens that idea, and especially when you're in institutions, they will target you for death. They will target you to be a targeted individual if you disagree in bowing down to their God. Which means, let me translate that, it means bowing down to them and taking your place in the slave, hierarchical, Luciferic order of the world that's not spoken and doesn't exist, in order to not be targeted, in order to not be harassed, in order to be able to have a seat at the table, be able to be somebody, get a Nobel Prize, get a chance to compete on the field. You won't get that unless you're part of their family. If you're part of their family, you're anathema to God. But then again, they provide church for you so you feel like you are saved. But it's all a lie. Hallelujah. There's the truth. There it is. Ugly as it may be to some of you, that's the truth. A lot of you who are, say you're targeted individuals who are leftists, you think somehow it's the Bush dynasty and their secret police that's targeting you. No. It's a spiritual battle, you idiot. And if you can't see that by now, maybe there's no hope for you. You want to keep blaming one side or another and playing Hegelian dialectics with yourself, you might as well just go ahead and conscript yourself into slavery for the rest of your life, because you're already a slave, but you're saying you're targeted because the other side is targeting you, because you have the wrong political idea or something. That's not why people are targeted. They're targeted for supernatural, spiritual, higher dimensional reasons. And these other dimensions are the ones that rule over the earth. They're principalities of wickedness in high places, and they rule over man. And they demand conformity to that which is the world. And if people are not connected to the world or disconnected, they try to say, well, those are like Jared Lee Loughner or people that shoot up places. They're not connected. Well, the last one we had in Colorado, Holmes, the Batman killer, he was connected. Very well, thank you very much. So, kind of blows their theory. But, I told you they would start feeding on themselves, didn't I? I told you they'll start shooting each other in the end, because, the population of lambs, i.e. not connected, but true lambs are really those connected to Jesus Christ. He comes into your life. He changes you. He lives in you as the Holy Spirit. He gives you sound mind. He gives you the ability to speak about these ideas in a very cogent way, in a way that petty arguments can't put them down. I just realized quite a few things. I had a very strange situation coming into the world, and then being sequestered, and then being let go without knowing what most people know about the world, and being like, in a way, just a lamb to the slaughter. Because I thought, before, we'll put it this way, people spend a lot of money to try to tell me that there is no such thing. When they saw that I survived murder attempts, which I never attributed to anyone that I knew, I just thought it was a random thing. Never really delved into why. But then when the whole truth came out and I worked it back, that, I was not knowing anything to begin with, had trauma early in life, and so that kind of split me into a million pieces. Trauma, abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, all that. And at a young age, where what kids were being indoctrinated to do was to get with it and, go with it. But, I guess I just hit the wall or whatever. I just, there'd been some trauma before it ever got to those rituals, if you like. And, the attitude is, this is the world, one big pedophile ritual. You should get with it. This is ubiquitous. This is when in Rome. So this is what people are so afraid of, because, when people try to expose anything, lots of them just disappear, because this particular issue, along with the murder issue, and blackmail and criminality, of course, it taints the whole world. And most people have a working knowledge of it, because that's what college is for, is to make sure that if they didn't get it in high school, that in college they finally get with the program and know their handlers and controllers, know whom they must serve in order to have a life, and where they have to go, and to steer them. And this goes to the very fabric of our being, of our nature as humans. No, it's not a conspiracy theory, whether it's there or not. It's there. It's interwoven in the fabric of every family on earth. If you're unaware, then you're a lamb to the slaughter. If you're aware, then you're, I guess, a wolf to the feast. I mean, you're a collaborator. You're a criminal. The attitude is, this is the world, one big pedophile ritual. You should get with it. This is ubiquitous. This is when in Rome. So this is what people are so afraid of, because, when people try to expose anything, lots of them just disappear, because this particular issue, along with the murder issue, and blackmail and criminality, of course, it taints the whole world. And most people have a working knowledge of it, because that's what college is for, is to make sure that if they didn't get it in high school, that in college they finally get with the program and know their handlers and controllers, know whom they must serve in order to have a life, and where they have to go, and to steer them. And this goes to the very fabric of our being, of our nature as humans. No, it's not a conspiracy theory, whether it's there or not. It's there. It's interwoven in the fabric of every family on earth. If you're unaware, then you're a lamb to the slaughter. If you're aware, then you're, I guess, a wolf to the feast. I mean, you're a collaborator. You're a criminal. In essence, because I'm in Christ, I have my home and I got my peeps. I got my place, But before that, there wasn't one. And then, of course, there were quite a few people that thought that was funny, watching me bumble about trying to find out what the truth is, or thinking I was living a normal life when everyone's laughing and saying, haha, there's a guy that's so far out in left field he doesn't know which end is up. But my circumstances were such that I was brainwashed to be that way. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. I mean, if they want to laugh, it's okay. I don't hold any grudge. But because it wasn't my fault. It's not like I was willfully in the dark. I was forced into the dark. And so, that made it impossible. Had I not had some means of existence, I suppose I just would have been a derelict on the street and been dead by now. And long and the short of it is, I had been slated for death as a young person, and it didn't happen that way. It didn't happen, so I was locked up, and then, told that there was no such thing, as the conspiratorial, satanic world, but people aren't trying to get me, and it was all my own doing, and, go ahead and go out there and have your life, after they switched my mind to being something that wasn't true. And I thought, why are all these people covering it up? Why aren't they talking about this horrible thing that's going on? And it's because they've all accepted it. And they all defend it. Because they believe that they don't want the boat rocked, because that's where they get their money. So they put up with the elephant in the room. And if you go, wow, there's an elephant in the room, I just have to tell you this. They don't say anything like, yeah, you're right, we know that. Really? Tell me more. And, then they'll try to make a deal to, sell your soul to the highest bidder. They can become friends with you. So this makes a lot of people just worthless pieces of you-know-what. Most people. Not everyone's like that. But the majority are. And most of these people, when you confront them, you say, do you know that you're responsible for murder? It may be, twice removed or by proxy, but your move here and here and here caused the death of that person. Did you know that? In a sense, we could say we all are. Well, there's wars and we pay our taxes, so we're responsible for people getting killed. I mean, you could make that point. But in the satanic realm of things, they present themselves as good people, though they know it would be the equivalent of paying someone directly as a mercenary to go kill someone. I mean, it's that much closer than a war. It's more or less an abstraction. And the reason they don't say anything is because they count on half the population or a tenth or whatever it is on being lambs that they can take to the slaughter. Because when they do that, they get a treat and a pop and boost themselves. So there's this ongoing marketplace. And you can never get a straight answer out of them if you have them around. They'll start flattering you and being nice to you and, moving you toward the slaughter. Ka-ching. They'll do it every time. All they are, and so I ask, well, what is your life? My life is I'll do anything for money. Well, okay, so there's really no point to your life. Why don't you just kill yourself right now? It wouldn't bother me. You made your decision. Further to this, the people that are in that side of things, it's a crossing through to the satanic side. It's an allegiance and a losing of the soul in exchange for the world. Becoming twice dead, they don't return. So if you go say, hey, what's up? How's it going? Maybe this time things will be different. I used to think that. This time I'm going to be a really nice guy, really going to try to be friends, really going to try to have not something go off the cliff, have it work out. Really going to make an effort here. And then it'll go the same way. Because if you're going to protect yourself, then you'll end up in a blow-up with the person you're being friends with because their intention is for you to go down. Because they need a pop for their career or whatever. And you can't fall in that trap. And the Lord was just telling me, you can't write this person. You can't write and explain what happened. They know what happened. They know you didn't deserve that. They know they did wrong. In other words, there can never be justice facing your abuser. And, there's never going to be some, moment where you go, gee, I'm sorry, and I didn't, this was my situation, and they go, well, gosh, I'm really sorry too. No. No, they're going to keep on with it. Because, and listen to this, they're worried about their kids and grandkids. Little do they know that they have cursed their kids and grandkids who will one day pay for those transgressions. The payment that keeps on paying, it will keep on going into further generations after that. And it's called widely the human condition. So what are you talking about? This is just the way it is. Yeah, but see, I have this position. You have that position. I am representing many who couldn't be here today to confront you, to tell you what you've done to so many people that didn't deserve. Well, better you than me. Not my fault. You're an idiot. But it is your responsibility if you play or not. And I had this thought. Lord, why are the Christians the most evil? I mean, I'm seeing now how the Christian religion contains the most evil people in the history of man. And that it seems, if you took a surface view, you'd say the most evil religion ever perpetrated upon the earth is Christianity. Now, you can make the same case of Islam and Buddhism, all religions and everything. Because you see, it's not Christianity. It's that the Christianity is irrelevant. Save for Jesus Christ, who you don't need a church to go there. And I've seen recently mind control victims from church, and when you try to have a conversation with them, they go like when I had DID and all that, they just change their personality. These are like normal people. One of them asked me, well, how are you doing? I said, I'm still traumatized, but at least I know it, and I'm helped every day through prayer and reflection and having the courage to, view the things on earth as, real and accept those things as they are. And that's one of the reasons we go into trauma, because we can't accept. So then they go, well, there's a lot of people traumatized. You'd be surprised. This person said, who was a churchgoer. And I thought, maybe there's hope there. Because to me, the church is simply a murderous environment, whereas if Jesus did show up, and it's a mystery, his coming. Some people will never get it. Thank God. Thank God it's real. But if he did show up, the church that I refer to, any one of those in LA would crucify him because they're violent people. The most violent people in our society seem to gravitate toward those environments. They can beat their wives up. They can, sodomize their children without getting in trouble, because they're all tied in with the criminality of the whole environment. And they're actually the gatekeepers thereof. And many people in power trips, and I hate to put it this way, but there's politicians and law enforcement, all kinds of people that join these churches because it feeds their disease, which is to lord it over other people. And if they don't submit or they don't behave, be violent. It's like an innate primitive instinct in people. And when I discovered that the churches murder people, it's always an accident. There's no investigation. It's just like any kind of political thing. It never comes to light. Oh, wow. I said, don't you understand that if you write a book like Lamb, or you talk like this, people are going to get mad at you. And they said, well, why do they get mad if you're trying to stop people from hurting innocent people and children and things like that? Why would people get mad at defending youth, defending innocence? Why would people get mad at defending goodness and truth? Why would people get mad and want to kill anyone that comes forward with the truth or with love? Why do they want to kill anyone or anything of virtue, of goodness, of righteousness, of something to clean up the mess? And it's because, there's a direct reason, they believe their pocketbooks are tied to the beast. The beast is here, and no one can make war with the beast. Believe me, I'm not going to try to make war with the beast. I have, in my lifetime, gotten completely rejected by many, and recently by church people. But then that's a common thing. They always reject after they get to know you a little while. When they see you're strong, boom, they're out the door. And they hate you. But they know they're not as good as you. They know that maybe even their salvation is up for grabs, because if they're not doing what you're doing, maybe they're going to go to hell. And I have news for you. Of course they are. If you put it this way, they'll pay for their sins, either in this life or in the next. And they'll pay in the form of their children paying. And all the people out there. And I mean, there's some funny ironies I wish I could share with you, but I really can't, because, some things happen. But, let's just put it this way. When I had my sort of, awakening and healing, there are certain people in Hollywood that denounce me as being not having something to do with this, or not having done that, or just being a hack, or, they said things that weren't true publicly so that they could be more the author of these projects, and that they were really the one who did it, and it didn't come from me, and you know what I mean, trying to take and also distance themselves from the story. That what if this guy comes forth and tells the whole story, implicating them as exploiting somebody, knowing what the truth was, and exploiting them when they were handicapped and had a problem, but just exploiting to get a story out of them. Continuing to be a handler, controller, whatever. That what if they had to face that with their fans? That they really are as much a horror movie as what they're purveying. That they are actually an abuser. You can't blame people for, the thing not to do is you don't want to kill somebody just because, you hurt them, so now let's kill them so there's no evidence that I hurt them. A normal person wouldn't do that. These are in families where there's something to hide. And everyone's got something to hide. But I mean, criminal, serious evil that involves things that you thought were only in the movies. Eyes wide shut level stuff. Which was the thing that traumatized me. And that was the thing they kept saying doesn't exist. And that eyes wide shut reality that I had seen, and then they were, you must become part of it in order for them to allow you to live or whatever. Or pay a price. My brother was killed, murdered. I think that was price enough. My life was ruined. I think that was price enough. And so who's going to believe this derelict anyway? They can just laugh at him, make him a laughing stock, use him for ideas, push him around, assign wives and friends to him, assign little lifestyles to him, maybe mess with him, poison the food, but whatever it is, it's them, us, right? You and them and you. It's never us. But it's a pretend game, a con game. And that's basically what I had, and it was, I'm looking at it now and saying, oh my gosh, Lord, you really helped me to survive, because they were, literally seething, at the gate all these years, steering me one way and steering me another, out of harm's way, into the grace of God, into the safety zone, away from, something waiting to clobber me. Came close. 2010, I was poisoned. We found out who the perpetrator was. Her name was Rosa. She was in the end, I believe the way that she did it, and they did it. It was not just her, but other people. She was my mother's caregiver, but for her generationally. And they would put bugs in the food, which can cause cancer and, permanent disabilities in order, to, I don't know, whatever. That's just, Santeria, witch. And then, warlock and sorcerers as well. And you think they're your friend, and, you eat the chicken soup they give you, and then you're sick, and you go, what did I just do? Well, but the thing that they usually put in food is something that hits you 6 months later. So that happened several times. So it was still on, and the motive is always the same. M-O-N-E-Y. And with numerous orders from my own mother to kill me, telling her maid, other people, to spike the food, do what you have to do to get rid of him. And this went on in one form or another for my entire life. even sending people out here to get a house and pretend they're married, and it's always the same thing to lead you to death. And that's the bottom line. It's either death, and or if there's some miracle and you could join them, but you'd have to accept, killing. It's lying. I don't know. Probably it's just easier to bump you off. So that is the world. It involves all of us are involved in it in one way or another. All of us, not the Franklin cover-up, not the Rosemary's Baby. Well, Rosemary's Baby never said it wasn't everyone. It was trying to show how it was the guy, the baker. It's everyone. You will either stand for the truth and and try. Well, in my case, I didn't know there was protection on me. And looking back, of course, there had to have been, because the odds are billions to 1 against my being a survivor. So yes, I survived so I could bring you this message today to say, don't believe those conspiracy theories. A lot of those are the perps trying to cover up the real truth. They'll say it's the Illuminati or the Vatican, or it's the Jews or the serpent seed or this. Don't believe it. It's everyone. It's everything. It comes down to each soul and what they decide to do or not do in this life, and everyone's presented with the opportunity to defend the truth and goodness, or sell out and defend evil and murder and crime. And it's just basically that. A horrible situation you have. You see, the people that thought it was just some kind of game, an amorphous game, now they're faced with being beaten down themselves. And they're like, well, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. I'll just bow down like I always do. But bowing down's not exactly it. That's not enough. No, you see, this time it's a new game. And most people in the United States who sold out to Satan will be killed if the purge goes all the way to the bank, if there is no check to stop it, if nothing stops the purge that's going on now. It will eventually get down into the starving people of whatever community. And as you can see, in New York City, not only not Bloomberg, but Obama, who did this photo op with Christie, does not give a damn. In fact, no one is really helping to move this thing along, because they're trying to get them down, get them push, that lifestyle they had out. And, without understanding this, it takes a nasty turn when it's Soviet Russia, or when it's New York City after and yes, the tax scheme of the carbon and climate change and all that, it's all thuggery. It's all theft. The whole point of it all is to eventually confiscate all private property, kill all the bourgeoisie, own it all themselves, and to hell with everybody else. No conscience, no thought. Now that's the world. Not just the Franklin cover-up. And of course, what goes along with that is any kind of perversion you can imagine. Okay, so, and of course it's all dedicated to Lucifer, as it says in the book of Solowinski, Rules for Radicals. So, people get scared, they think, well, I don't want to throw my life away, so I'm going to serve goodness and life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and look the other way on these things I can't change, the corruption, make my best deal, and go forward, having bowed down to the right groups of people and gone through the right channels. I can now have a life, so long as I keep my mouth shut. And anyone that needs policing out there who is like a loose cannon talking about this whole conspiracy, we will just silence them on behalf of the real rulers so that we can continue to prosper. And now, at long last, that whole prospect is obsolete. You see, Satan eventually comes to collect. God allows that collection. And collection doesn't mean life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The collection means your ticket's punched, it's over. Whether it be nationally, internationally, globally, or with a single person. At some point, you reap what you sow. And I know we're all sinners. We all are capable of being the worst. But our deeds matter in the sense that what we do and what we think comes back. And when you think awful thoughts, and perverse thoughts, and hateful thoughts especially, even if you don't act on them, they come back. So you got to let it go. once I really pieced it all together, of course the people thought that was hilarious, me piecing it together, but what is a person to do? What would you have done if you were me? Because there was no peace without finding out the truth, and there'd be no Jesus Christ without understanding the need for salvation, and the fact that all souls here are perishing, and few that are saved or brought to the narrow path of salvation, which a lot of people think is a behavioral thing. In other words, be a goody two-shoes, but that's not it. That's the flesh is already seen as evil, and our best deeds on our best day is considered to be not good enough because we're in a fallen world. And so good deeds, while they're laudable, it's nice when people feed the poor and do good things, if it's in the context of trying to get balance out the evil that you're doing or affiliated with by doing good things, then it's no good. It's no good unless everyone just stops. Now, so here we are today, and I'm just saying the message to the world is that if the world doesn't stop in the direction it's going presently, many won't be around to be able to make amends or speak the truth. And I see a whole generation of people who are lying to the earlier generation. Solomon did not lie to his son in Proverbs. No, he was honest. But I see a whole generation lying to the next one, getting them ready to take up the mantle. Man is good, achievement counts, be a winner, not a loser. To be a winner requires, obviously, a compromise that is untenable with sanity in the end, with life in the end. It's actually anti-life, anti-Christ, which is anti-knowing, which is ignorance. And this anti-Christ spirit that has gone through the whole world and every person, the vote seems to be in, and the people have voted for more of the same. In other words, no one is going to just lay it out. Now, the Bible lays it out, but then it's ridiculed as being some fake document by people that don't read it. Little do they know that the truth is written there, but the churches and teachers tend to make it more secular or cover up the truth, that it has meaning for each person, which is, and challenges each person to basically, within their guts and in their soul, comes down to the individual, what will you choose this day? If you choose Jesus and salvation, then you choose to tell the truth. Then you're going to live via the truth. We know the evil is out there. We know it's part of everything, but you must be separate and sanctified by holiness, Jesus, in order to then stand and then be furthermore protected from the ravenous wolves, or, you wouldn't exist. Most people don't agree to that. They remain themselves traumatized. And my theory now is that most of these people that think they know something are themselves multiple personalities and DID, because I watch them switch when I confront them. I see them switch and start laughing and say, oh, we don't really need to talk about that, or whatever, some kind of thing. But I see them switch into actually believing, like I had done, that nothing like that exists until it does. So the trick of being able to move through these waters and live as an intact human being, this seems to be the real, almost an impossibility for people to do, because they keep, through fear and through the threat of hunger, starvation, all that, the kind of thing that you'll see more overtly politically when they pull the entitlements. That's still no guarantee you'll live. But I mean, in order to live, then they have to play along and behave as if nothing's going on. Well, that means that there's a trauma and a split right there. So, in my own discovery of it, of the truth, it took, knowing the truth and not being able to deal with it in youth, and then, 30 years or something of kind of like scientifically trying to piece it together piece by piece to try to get to the truth of what was going on. In other words, why would people act one way, and then you'd see them again, and they'd be all like mind-controlled and satanic, and then you'd see them again and they're all normal and intact. What is that thing that takes over? And people say it's a demonic spirit, but psychologically what happens? Psychologically, they would be split. So they would switch and then switch back. And that would be, if a psychiatrist saw that, they would say that is DID, or dissociative identity disorder. Then that would be a disease the entire world has right now. To focus on someone that says they're a multiple because of sexual abuse or whatever in youth is to miss the whole picture. No, the perpetrators are multiples. Or they couldn't do it. They couldn't lie or do the things they do unless they had that same spirit, which is what it really is, causing a manifestation that would appear to psychiatry as a split in one's personality. So I experienced this split first in my friends, in my parents, and their friends, and I wondered what that was. The answer was, you're messed up, you need help. That was the answer across the board. Truthfully, looking back on it, I needed help, called support. That if a child sees the truth, not to say you didn't see that, and then beat them nearly to death. That wouldn't be the right approach. It'd be like, yes, that's the truth. So, I don't feel, someone the other day said, it was heartbreaking, your testimony of your childhood and things like that. And it was like, no, it's not as heartbreaking as seeing what happened to Christopher Stevens, our ambassador in Benghazi. That was abuse, then death. No, not as bad as that. So, no, I don't feel, in a sense, I did survive and barely at times, but most of you and the whole world, I'll just say this, is, in a sense, surviving this thing. In a sense, you've had it just as bad as me, you just didn't know it. I mean, just as bad or good. I didn't really have it bad. Economically, I had it, there was the realm of the Satanist that was the bad thing, and it would have been good, meaning supportive, had I been different. So, had my personality or my makeup or me as a person not been the person that I am, I was intact then. My reaction of outrage was perfectly normal. My need to find the truth was completely 100% human and normal. My not dealing with the truth was understandable, not being able to, or being crippled by it for a while, but my finally coming to grips with it all and understanding it all was human and normal. Denial and split personalities, as most people that I've met have, was not the right answer. Living in denial, what they do is justifying themselves that it's really not that bad, I really am a good person, and then they go to work and they keep going with their lives and awaiting the next time that something takes them over that they have no control over because they gave themselves to it at some point and have never been able to get free since. At the same time, no matter who you are or what side of this equation you're on, you're afflicted. They try to take over. They will take over with sin, whether it be pornography or any kind of lust issue or greed or lying or anything like that, or being mean, you know, and then you wonder, why did I do that? You know, there was that point. Now, the person who's intact will say, you know what, I can do better than that. And I weakened myself over here, and that allowed that to come in and take over. I'm going to work harder so that doesn't happen next time. That's good. That's a good person. Admitting the mistake. But once they confess the real truth to their pastor, to their rabbi, to anybody, to their psychologist, they are then handled and controlled by someone who's being handled right at that moment to not go any further than it's their own personal fault and not a world phenomenon. Come on, we need to do the best we can with what we've got, don't we? You know, this is the way it is. You can't fight it, so do the best you can. Not good enough because our children are at stake. If you have a conscience at all, then you can't really go there because you want to do the best for your children. Just initiating them into the same thing that afflicted you and telling them to go with it, that's not the answer. That's the answer for destruction. So now I contend that any sensitive child coming up who this reality is laid on, the satanic global, you know, grip, many who can't handle it have unfortunately not with us because they couldn't, you know, they'll take it on themselves and commit suicide or whatever. But it's as much a human sacrifice as if they as if they pushed the dagger or shoved the pills down the throat anyway. It's as much a murder as any other murder. And no, you know, I don't want to paint myself as purely innocent in all this stuff of my own journey of discovery because I was plenty selfish and sinful along the way. It's just that I really just refuse to believe that there could be anything like a satanic system that simply kills to keep itself a secret. And that, you know, how could it be a secret if everyone's in on it? And that whole problem, that whole mathematics of that has really finally got me to understand. The mystery is it's consciousness of humanity. It's all people in every city, in every spot on the globe at all times. The division and the split is between, you know, the winners and losers, lambs and wolves, you know, sheep and goats. And it's the same split worldwide, even on remote islands that have no contact with, you know, the Bible or anybody else. Same system goes on. And so the people of the world, they think, well, we're being world savvy, we're smart, we know how the world works, we know how to get along with it, so we know we're able to feed our families and do our thing, and no, you're not. See, you only thought you could do that. Tell that to the people out of work now. They're willing to bow down to anybody, and no one will give them a dime. You see, they could heap fetuses or virgins upon the fire all they want. Just like the Aztecs, same thing happened in Mel Gibson's Apocalypto. He tried to explain this symbolically through that story, allegorically. But people didn't understand it. They just attacked Mel. Stanley Kubrick tried to explain it through Eyes Wide Shut. He wound up dead. And on and on and on. And some of that's supernatural. You know, in other words, there's huge forces and higher principalities that are above and beyond human that control all this. And I wouldn't, you know, I don't want to leave out that during that time where I was fighting with the devil in my youth, which people thought was hilarious, there were UFOs and all the aliens had the grip of all these people. They were all involved, entwined with, you know, sexual abuse of children, UFOs, psychiatry. It was all kind of interlaced. All interlaced. So it kind of goes to what Jonathan Kleck talks about that split in humanity, to be a fit extension for them to use, absolutely. That's the split. You know, psychiatry can say all it wants. DID, these are terms. It just really means being taken over by something not you and used. So, you know, Facebook, how strange. As I predicted one time that everyone's going to wind up on Facebook in the end. You could talk to anyone. Anyone you've ever wanted to talk to, past, present, future, all your old acquaintances from high school, all the people that hurt you, all the people you've kind of, well, they won't talk to you if you're in Christ and you've healed and you've forgiven them. They're going to stay as far away from you as possible because your presence convicts them, makes them feel guilty, destroys their confidence in themselves. So they stay away. They stay away. And you can't, as a good friend told me, this friend said, and I quote, I found that you can't go back with regards to reunions, getting together with old friends. There's no going back. You can see them. You may have things to say. You might want to set the record straight. But I was shown they're never going to give you they're never going to accept your view because it would damn their view that you're the problem and they're the good guy. And it's just never going to be different than that. If there's a conflict in someone's understanding about an event or a thing that happened, it's never going to go your way. They may be very happy, oh, I'm glad you stopped by. Then they'll put the whole conversation to the side, not mention it, and want to get into chit-chat. That's what they'll do if they're going to scam you. And that's something you ought to avoid. Because while they're doing that, they're throwing spirits at you. You know, they're trying to get control of you. You know, trying to, maybe there's still a way to work this thing. Because they prey on human flesh, on human souls. Not them, but what's in them is preying, you know. It's all about the soul, so they only have one knob, on or off. When they're on, they're going after the next soul. That's how they're getting their... That's how they're getting their next... That's their job. America went the way of the obelisk. The obelisk worldwide, in every civilization it's been shown to be in, has collapsed. Period. Same thing will happen to Israel if they keep theirs there at their Knesset. Boom, gone. What ties them all together, Catholics and Jews and Protestants and atheists, is the abominable architecture that's populated the world that says Satan is our God and there is no other. Let us be secret, but put it out in plain sight for all to see, so they are none the wiser. That this is our belief, these are our intentions, this is the God we serve, and you can see we become a powerful nation because of the reward from this one, not Yahweh. And if you like, we'll call Satan Yahweh just to trick ya. Anyway, no one knows the name of God. Thank God. We'd hate to see that blasphemed, wouldn't we? There's a good reason why no one knows the name, because it can't be uttered, so they can't blaspheme it. Yeah, well, they're too stupid to actually figure that out, but that's cool. They think they know everything, and that's wonderful. I'm glad they think they know everything. I held a bunch of things back from my own family because I didn't want them to know that I knew, so I just acted stupid a lot of the time. Because I realized there was a danger in knowing things and then being disagreeable. I'm like, you people think you're free? You go to your little clubs and you follow your little rules and you go to your universities and you get your degrees and you move to the suburbs and you do your whole thing. You think your world is impenetrable? You think your system is that you won't reap what you sow? You think that the way you behaved will ensure your children's prosperity and their health and goodness and learning and all the things we're supposed to be doing here? You think that's going to help with that? There's no amount of money, no amount of armies, no amount of weapons, no amount of clubs, no amount of guilds or secret societies that keeps Yahweh, the holy angels, and everyone from acting upon it and acting upon every individual within it. There is no protection from the Lord. There may be from Satan, that is, the Lord is protection, but there is no protection from the Lord. Every single thing that's been done, every putrid thing that they would be so embarrassed if it was on video, will be seen by the elect on a huge video screen. It'll be like 3D. It'll be like reliving it. It'll be reviewed. It already is being reviewed. There's a lot of things that I would be embarrassed if it was reviewed, you bet. And I just have to repent and say, I'm sorry I did those things. The difference is repenting versus being proud. I'm not proud of a lot of the things. Even though it may be understandable that because this or that happened to me, then this or that I end up doing too. You know, I'm sorry. It doesn't make it right. It just means I'm embarrassed about that. At the same time, I don't want to go out and do a bunch of external good deeds so that I think I'm going to weigh the balance that way. That's more antichrist than antichrist. You know, it's just a giving up. I'm not worthy, Lord, and I'm no good in this flesh. And you are, please take me, Father, in the name of Jesus. Wash me in your blood, Jesus Christ, this day. I believe you came, that you'll come again. Your established will reign forever and ever. I believe that you are the only solution to the psychological trauma of the world. You are the only way to peace and to a sound mind, Father. You are the only way to a good result. Very rarely, I mean, I could count it on one hand, have I gotten an apology. And the Lord told me today, he said, these will not have understanding. They will try to be nice to you. They will say, oh yeah, good times. They will look for an angle to manipulate. It's what they always do. I just got to know that. In the name of Jesus, I bid you shalom, shalom. And may you be at peace. As I am at peace today, may you also be at peace. Not only peace, but I'm ecstatic. May you also be ecstatic. You know, being ecstatic in the face of these grave dangers that we face in the world today, that's a mighty great place to be, and it's a lot better than worrying, and biting your fingernails.
The Lord told me not to feed the animals, you know, today. He told me very specifically, don't go around talking to the people in their trailers. In other words, don't feed the animals. He indicated that they're all animals. I'm like, oh, really? And no lambs as animals, understand? No lambs, and it's packed here because I guess people are down here for the weather. Don't feed the animals means, you know, there's no need to interact. You know, there's no need. What's your husband do? Nothing. We're just retired. So we can, at our age now, we can just say, well, we're just retired, wandering around and seeing our grandchildren and, you know, throwing out a line to fish, whatever. Do not feed the animals. Oh no, they'll get it all. You know, there'll be battles, but don't. In other words, don't encourage battles you don't need. Don't feed the animals. It's like the gang stalking thing. Yes, you know, Frankie can appreciate this. Yes, they may manifest. Mm-hmm. They just sure might do that. So therefore, I better overcome within, so that when they do, I'm like, the work has been done within me, so that it's irrelevant. How do I end gang stalking? The Father ends it within me. Since I'm the creator of the gang stalking, technically. I know it's hard to believe that, but I mean, I can create all kinds of things through fear. What happens when like a lion or a big game animal senses you have fear? They attack, right? When something's not right with you within, you attack. So what has to be done? I need the Lord to change me. When I love, and I don't want to say these cliches because a lot of people use the word love to mean slavery, which just, it blows my mind, you know. The people banning about the word love, it blows my mind. Just trying to teach them how to love. I just hope they get it and love, you know. I'm dealing with people that think that way, and what they don't understand in their ignorance is they don't get the fact that when they say love, they mean conform to my way of thinking. That's love. It's like, why can't you just let people be? Why can't you let the process go? Why can't you just let it happen? Because we as humans are wicked and we want to control it, and you know, and you know, if you get a job with the government, they will feed and nurture that part of you that wants to control other people and make their lives miserable. It's just a given. I don't know why the ignorance stays so prevalently and heavily, and where people are so miserable that they just can't see anything. Goes something like this, though. If I worry and am anxious about everything, I'm being humble. And if I am humble, meaning anxious and afraid and worried about everything, I will conform. And when I conform because I'm anxious and fearful about everything, then I will be rewarded. Rewarded by allaying my fears and anger on the enemy, other people that are targeted, and I will be able to target them too, and therefore reduce my anxiety by putting it on other people, thus getting a high off the whole situation, meaning power. So I will then be able to feel good and overcome my circumstances through transcendence, and because I trust in the world. In other words, I love my servitude, therefore I will be rewarded with people to attack who seem to be free. That's my new target. People that are free, whether it be in thought, word, or deed, they are the enemy, and they must be stopped. I am a bureaucrat. I am a gang stalker. I am a person living out there that I'm not going to be. When I see someone that's happy, I hate that, and I'm going to try to ruin their lives so they could be in the same boat with, how dare they, those arrogant people. They need to be humbled and recognize my authority and our hierarchy and the way things work. You're not going to get free not 1 minute. You're going to be miserable every single day, especially you people that are into the Lord. We're going to hunt you because you are not allowed to be happy.